Good morning, everybody. The time is 9 o'clock, and I'm Christian Waugh. I hereby call this code compliance hearing for April 19th, 2023 to order. At these hearings, we do follow an agenda. You may have received one outside. So the first item on the agenda is the call to order. The second item on the agenda is the pledge to the flag. So I would ask you to join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
If any person decides to appeal any decision made by the Code Compliance Special Master with respect to any matter considered at this public hearing, he or she will need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record shall include the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based.
Okay, and the next item on the agenda is approving the minutes from March 15th, 2023. I have reviewed the draft of the minutes. Are there any proposed objections or modifications to the minutes as currently formulated? Hearing and seeing none, I will hereby approve the minutes.
Staff update: the abated and continued cases are posted outside the hearing room.
Okay, so again, everybody, good morning. My name is Christian Waugh. I'm a licensed Florida attorney acting as what is called here in Citrus County a special master. That's a fancy title created by the law, but all it means is that Citrus County has hired me to preside over this hearing. When your case is called, please come forward and you will be placed under oath. If you are appearing at a hearing like this for the first time, I will state the alleged violation and allow the county to first present its case. You will then have an opportunity to present your case regarding the violation, and that may include evidence if you wish. During this process, the county attorney's office or myself may have questions of the parties, witnesses, or staff. I will ask in each case if there are members from the public who wish to speak, and if there are, such members of the public will have an opportunity to speak in each case. Such right to speak is not unlimited, and public comment should be focused solely on the case and made as succinctly as possible. It is not a forum for personal attacks. In most instances, if you are found guilty of a violation, the law requires that you be given a time to comply before a fine begins. You must abate the violation by that date, that is, fix the violation, or the fine will accrue for each day that you remain in violation. The law does allow Citrus County to impose that fine as a lien on all of your property, and the county could even foreclose on that lien or seek money judgment against you after the lien has been recorded for 3 months. This is important because I may not give you another date to appear before me, and therefore you likely will not have another opportunity to plead your case or to explain why you didn't follow the county law. The county will continue with its liens until you notify the county of your compliance. In all cases which I do find someone guilty of a violation, I will impose all costs required by county law. If you fix the violation in the time allowed, that cost will remain minimal. If you do not, then you'll be responsible for additional costs. If I find you guilty of a violation and allow for a continuance of your case, you will be required to return on a certain date. In the time between hearings, I'll require that you comply with the county law in order to consider the violation resolved. If your violation is not resolved by that next date, I may impose a fine for each and every day of violation from today's date forward. Your failure to return on the date may be deemed evidence of your failure to cooperate with the county. I did review the agenda, but are there any appeals of orders to demolish, vacate? Okay, I didn't see any. Ladies and gentlemen, you do have the right to appeal any order that I make today as provided by law. Thank you very much.
First case on the agenda, Victor B. Shahid, case number 217-8815, Officer Amy Becker, page 27 of your agenda.
It's page 27, Mr. Shahid.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Shahid.
Good morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Victor Shahid.
Thank you, sir.
Have we met before?
Yes.
I think we have. All right. Have we met before?
Yes, good
Okay.
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Amy Becker, Citrus County Co-Compliance Officer. This is case number 217-8815, accumulation of junk and debris, a violation of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A. The address is 2415 West Gardenia Drive, Citrus Springs, Florida. The property owner is Victor B. Shahid. I have good service via posting of the property as well as the Lecanto Government Complex. And I would like to authenticate the following documents and request that they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during my initial inspection on December 22nd, 2022. Photos taken on February 7th, 2023. Photos taken on February 24th, 2023. Photos taken on April 6th, 2023, showing the posting of the property. And photos taken on my final inspection on April 18th, 2023. And Exhibit B, a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, and a copy of the posting affidavit.
Sir, I would like to ask you just to take a look through this and let me know if you have any objection to them being evidence in this hearing. Ms. Antrim, while we're waiting, I had a question for you. Have there been any appeals lately? No, that's too bad.
Some of these pictures have been taken by trespassing the property.
Okay.
And I have a sign no trespassing. I have a gate on, but she trespassing. Also, I have a dog in the backyard. The time she was in, the dog was inside because it was hot day. I keep him inside. And that's the way she get out to the backyard.
Because you had the dog inside?
Yes, I have it. I put the dog inside the house when it's hot. And I have a shed in the back. I have a door off. Or anytime it's rain or anything, the dog can go inside.
So I understand that your trespassing point, but I'm trying to understand what the relevance of the dog is for whether there's an objection to the...
A dog there to safeguard the property.
Okay,
Also, I have surveillance camera all the way around.
okay,
And she trespassing to take these pictures.
okay.
Okay?
Meaning that you never gave Ms. Becker permission to be on
No.
the property
No.
when the photos,
None.
you believe the photos were taken?
No. This one thing. The other thing in here, she talking about boxes out. Boxes out in the front for the trash to back up. But she take a picture out of it. And I called her with a violation. And I said, this is garbage. Also, I have a car in there. She was a tarp on it. The tarp was ripped. She said, no, you cannot keep the car in there. I got motor vehicle license plate on it, and I put it in the open. Also, I have pictures like this trash in here. It's in the curb. It's not in the front of the house to amuse anybody with it. When they pick up, they take it.
So on those comments, just to let you know, I construe those as you wanting to comment about the evidence. In other words, you have things to say about the photos.
Yes, I do.
But I don't construe those as objections to being able to use the photos as evidence. And let me explain. To the extent that you don't have an objection to the authenticity of the photo, you're not saying it's someone else's house. You're not saying that it's a fake photo. You're not saying it's doctored.
No, but there is passion.
I get it. So I'm setting that aside. But on all your other comments, they're not really objections. They're comments you want to make about the photos. And so what I want to tell you is you're going to have a chance to present your case. I want to hear those comments, what you have to say in your defense. As regards trespassing, I'll reserve ruling on that objection for now and admit the photos for the time being, but I'm not going to rule on the objection yet. You may be right. I'll think about it, but we'll go into it.
I have science. And I have photos of science.
And do you have your own evidence?
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, that's good. So here's how this will work. I'm going to let Ms. Becker and the county present their case, and then I'm going to let you present your defense. And at that time, I'll want to see your photos, and they will want to see your photos too.
That's
They'll
fine.
have a chance to object if they want to.
No problem.
Okay. I think the photos are a little out of order, so. Are you putting them back in order, Ms. Becker? Is that what's?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Also, the time of the violation, I have a heart operation. I have stents put in me.
Well, we'll get into that. I want to hear your defense, but first I need to hear the county case, and they're just trying to put their evidence back in order. Is there anyone from the public who's going to want to be heard on this case? Okay. No. I don't think that was a hand. All right. I don't see anybody. Next time I'll ask them to keep it in order, Ms. Becker.
No problem. No problem.
Also, the property have two gates from each side. This side have wooden gate, and this side has fiberglass gate. There is no way you can take a picture on the side.
We'll get into that. I mean, we'll get into that. So subject to the objection, I'm currently admitting what's been proposed as exhibits A and B as evidence, but I will, my decision on the objection may preclude the admission of the evidence. Ms. Becker, so as a preliminary matter, you've heard the objections regarding how you managed to take the photos. I don't think that's an objection to the photos where you're clearly taking them from the street, but there are photos in here that appear to be taken from somewhere on the property. Can you explain where you took the photos from?
I went around to the opposite street and I requested from the neighbor access to her property. She gave me full access to her backyard, and from her backyard you can see all his backyard.
Was that neighbor the complainant?
No.
Okay. I'm just reviewing the photos because I want to.
And I have a picture, so they're back-to-back houses.
Okay. So, Mr. Shahid, I'm a little confused by the objection because it does appear that these photos are taken from the neighbor's yard or from the street. I mean, I can see
It's
the
not
fence.
true. Some of it taken in the front.
Right, from the street.
No, in the front, because I have a pool and the shed next to the pool. Some of them have been taken from there.
The shed and. Okay, then I'll still reserve. I'll give you a chance to explain because I want you to explain photo by photo because I don't
Yes.
see it.
Yes.
All right, but I'll let Ms. Becker continue with her case.
On December 22nd, 2023, I conducted my initial inspection for accumulation of junk and debris, and I observed an appliance and other debris, which is a clear violation of the ordinance listed above. As of my final inspection on April 18th, 2023, the property remains in violation. I have had contact with the owner, and he's aware of the violation.
He brought up some stuff about cars. This is not an unlicensed or inoperable vehicle case, is it?
I closed the car, and
Okay.
that's when he allowed me on the property to look at the vehicle.
Okay. And then on December, so the first photos I have here from December 22nd, just going through it a little bit so that I understand what's the basis for the violation. It's stuff near the, I guess, either the current or former garage door.
In the
front.
first visit, when I was there on December 22nd, 2023, there's a refrigerator in the front yard behind the trailer.
Okay.
And there's also, as far as, there was some other debris, and there was boxes in the front. That was December 22nd. And he said he would take care of that. He contacted me on December 28th, and he requested more time. So then I scheduled a next inspection for January 27th. When I went February 7th, that's when I could not reach the neighbor. I knew I had to get to the back. So the neighbor was not home. One day she was home. Then I had access to the backyard.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So in the backyard photos, it would be the microwave and the door, and also the appliances that are in a screen room. He has appliances in a screen room in the back too.
So what's this have to do?
So there appear to be like derelict lawnmowers.
He said the lawnmower worked.
Okay.
That lawnmower has not moved since December 22nd. If you look at the December
So-
22nd picture to the 418, that lawnmower hasn't moved. You
It's
can see the
winter time.
lawnmower is in the same place that it was.
Okay.
It's a winter time. Why I move it for?
And then on, let's see. So I'm then looking at February 24th. It looks like there's stuff in the front yard. Let's see. Microwave in the back. Personal appearance from Mr. Shahid in the April 6th photos. What are you saying in this photo?
Yeah, just here.
Is that where you're saying, hey, you're trespassing?
Yes, and the sign she put in was a court date.
Okay.
I have a court date in the register.
Did you rip the sign off?
I don't rip it off, but I took it off.
You took it off. Okay. Let's see.
She had posted a letter on it, and the letter I have it in certified mail.
And then the April 6th backyard, it appears there's a microwave sitting on the ground. Is that?
There's a microwave sitting on the ground. There's a door. There's a pile of wood that doesn't, on the left-hand side. There's a tire. There's appliances that are in the screen room.
If it's in
A
the screen
vacuum.
room, is that a violation?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Because according to section 20-30, debris, etc., the definition, debris shall mean material which is stored externally exposed to the elements and is not otherwise completely enclosed by a walled roof structure and shall include, but is not limited to, discarded household items, inoperative machinery, appliance, refuse, and rubbish.
All right, let me just take a look at that section. 20-31. Let's see.
It's under the definitions
Oh,
in the
it's-
nuisance ordinance. I apologize. It's
Okay.
under the definitions.
All right, let me look at the definitions.
And if you look at debris,
Debris. Hmm.
And
So
there's a
something
va-
that's in a porch that may be completely enclosed, but it's not. But you're saying that even if it's in a porch that's completely enclosed, it could be. It might as well be stored externally and exposed to the elements, and that doesn't. And that's not. Those aren't walls for the purposes of the definition.
I mean, what I'm saying is that this definition says that it needs to be an enclosed, completely walled roof structure. I mean, you're seeing a vacuum there. I'm sure a vacuum. We've had rain since December 22nd. It can't be good for the intent of the refrigerator, the vacuum, is to be inside.
No, I mean I'm just fixed on whether or not an enclosed four-wall porch is enclosed with walls for the. I guess it's probably not.
It is enclosed and have a metal roof on the top of it.
Well, to me,
Okay.
completely
And
enclosed.
nothing really affecting a weather matter if I have washer and dryer in there or I have a fridge in there.
Well, there's a violation regardless of what's in the porch, but I just want to understand what's inside
What the
the
violation
porch.
in it if it's enclosed four walls, if it's screen or
Well, a screen isn't a wall, and that's.
but this have metal roof. It looks like a room exactly.
Well, I agree about the roof. I don't think there's a debate about the roof, although maybe there is. I think there's a roof, but I have a hard time finding that there's a wall if it's just screen stuff. So, Ms. Becker, moving on from April 6th, April 18th, you've got photos, and then it appears that there's still stuff in the front yard, and so on and so forth. So, all right, Mr. Shahid, I mean, do you deny that there's a violation on the property?
It's no violation.
Okay.
She take a picture illegally. And
Well, let's assume for a second, and actually, I want to see I definitely want to see your evidence.
and she said, shed was outdoor. Yes. I had some place for a dog to go in.
Before I can talk about the photos, we need to admit them. So could you show them to Ms. Becker? And let's see if the county has objection to your photos being evidence as well.
And this is my next door neighbor in front.
I'll give you the chance to comment on it, but I can't look at them until they're admitted as evidence.
Okay.
So would you mind showing them to Ms. Becker? And you can have them back if I admit them. I just want to be able to comment on them.
And a picture of the dog too.
I believe you, and you'll have a chance to talk about them.
And this a door in the front to the house.
All of them, Mr. Shahid, just give them all to Ms. Becker, and let's see if they have an objection to those. What I want you to be able to discuss about the photos is the date that you took them on. That'll be useful for me.
All of them have been taken last 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
And everything have been cleaned. The door is gonna be open and it's not gonna be put in because the dog go inside. The dog important to me like one of my family. Have to go in the shade someplace.
Well, Mr. Shahid, while we're waiting for them to discuss these photos and let me know if they'll accept them in evidence, I'm curious about why you think all these photos were taken by trespassing when clearly, like, page 1 was taken from the street.
Some of them are trespassing.
Okay, all right.
And some of them in front of the house.
Well, so even, the photo taken on April 18th on Monday that shows the grill and several other things.
Yeah,
just-
the glare gonna be inside.
I'm not done. All those things on the driveway, they're taken from a photo from the street. So I guess I just don't understand how you could say that there's no violation based on trespassing photos.
The front
Okay.
is okay.
Does the county have any objection to Mr. Shahid's photos being evidence? Okay, so I'll admit these photos as let's say Respondents Exhibit C. And why don't I look through your photos real quick? And you said you took them 2 weeks ago?
and some of them have the fence, and between both sides there are fence. One is wood fence and one is.
I do appreciate the photo of the dog. What's the name of the dog? What is the name of your dog?
Stormy.
Okay. Let's see. I would ask that folks try to turn off the sound on their phones just because we're trying to hold a hearing. And it's on the record. And something I didn't tell you is it is going to be on YouTube. So put your best foot forward.
I have something else too.
Well, let me talk about your photos first. So the first photo that I have, I don't know if it's of a side yard or what, but this, what is this? Can you see this photo? It doesn't appear to be the house we're talking about. What is this?
Just across the street, vanity. Wood vanity in the front of her. She don't see it, but she see my freezer, which in the back.
So this is not a photo of your house.
No.
You're presenting this photo for the purpose of saying that someone else has a problem with their property.
But she don't see it.
Okay. Are you aware that if you want the county to look at something on someone else's property, you have to file a complaint with them? Did you file a complaint for this photo?
No,
All right,
because
so
I am
I'm going to
not.
ignore that photo. And then, but on the rest, you haven't presented any photos of your front yard, Mr. Shahid. Why?
I do have some for the front yard.
All right, I'm going to give these photos to you, and I'll let you explain to me where the photos of your front yard are. There appears to be one photo of the trailer that's close up, but I can't see the front yard from it.
This is a front yard.
Okay, all right. So that's by, I appreciate that. That does help, yeah. It's not
And
the whole front yard, but
It is front of the house direct. And this area only she can take a picture out of,
mhm.
because the rest, the pool and the shed cover the rest of the house. And this only area she can take a picture of.
Unless she's in a neighbor's yard that she has permission to be in.
this is the only area in neighbor yard she can take a picture of.
And, or unless you're in a public place like the road.
No, it's no road. Like I said, it's stockade fence this way, stockade fence this way. It's shed in the middle of my pool.
All right, so now I'm going to give you this chance, Mr. Shahid. I'm going to give you Exhibit A. Show me which photos were illegally taken. I just need you to be specific. Because I don't understand. Nope, definitely not that photo. That's from the street.
This here she take it inside the house. Inside,
So what page is that? Page 4?
yes.
Okay, so I'll make a note of that and we'll talk about that. If you can, try to keep them in order.
I will.
Okay.
picture too. The microwave was in the back of the house.
Was
We
that
cannot-
photo illegally taken, Mr. Shaheen?
Yes, we cannot see it.
How was that? Okay, so where was that photo taken from?
This from inside the yard.
Your yard?
Yeah.
Okay, what page number is that?
12/8/25.
Okay, thank you. 12.
And 11/8/25 too have been taken out from inside the backyard.
Okay, so I've got 4, 11, and 12.
Fifteen, 8/25.
15.
Seventeen, 8/25.
Mm-hmm.
And 18, 8/25.
Okay.
Twenty-two, 8/25.
22. All right, is that it? Can you give me Exhibit A back?
Just a minute.
All right, I'm asking for Exhibit A back, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. All right, so I will briefly look at them and attempt to put them back in order.
Okay, but I want to show you something again.
Did you keep some?
Because she marked me because I cannot walk,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and that's a diagnostic.
Is this another exhibit? We're not there yet. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at Exhibit A. I'm sorry. Just give me one moment, and I have to put them back in order. Again.
That's okay, sorry.
I don't even know how this is possible.
Excuse me.
Okay. I think I pulled it off. All right, so page 4. All right, so Ms. Becker, do you see page 4?
Yes?
How did you take that photo?
That's the postman's walk. I walked up to the front door to post it, and
Okay,
that's...
are you familiar with what a postman's walk is?
No,
So
but
I'm-
this here,
How do you get?
that's a screen room
which you
Okay.
have to go
before
into.
you go in the house.
Well, I'm looking at. It looks like it's just by your front door.
Yeah, a screen room.
Oh,
Complete.
did you open the door?
They came out, so the door...
Who came out?
No, don't lie now. Nobody
Hold on, hey,
but I was
hey,
when you got
Mr.
this
Shahid.
picture.
First of all, I've given you a
could've-
chance. Hold on, I've given you a chance to speak, and I will give you another chance to speak. You'll have a
Yeah,
chance to
because
comment
I
on
don't-
anything. I'm not done talking, okay? You'll have a chance to comment on anything that she
Okay.
says. That's your right. But I have to give them a chance as well. All right. So, Ms. Becker, you're saying that someone came out on December 22nd and you took a photo of page 4.
And, okay, as far as my memory, maybe I'm incorrect. Maybe I opened the screen door to post the door hanger on the front door.
Okay. So you're not quite sure how it got open, but you're saying that you basically did it either someone was coming out or
I
it
was
was
gonna-
you put a notice on the
The
door.
front door.
Do you remember
was
putting
going
a
to
door
put-
hanger notice on the property?
I was going to put a notice on the front door.
Do you remember putting a door notice on the property?
No, because
Mhm.
I spoke with Victor and another woman that was taking care of him at the residence.
Who's that?
She did not give me her name, but she said that she'd mow the
That's a
lawn.
lady cutting the grass.
And so the
So-
photo on page 4 is stuff that's inside of the front porch by the front door.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now let's look at page 11, which is the next page. This is, I don't know if you can see it from where you are, but
Right, I have a Zoom camera, so that's taken from the backyard of the woman that allowed me access.
okay. And is that also the case with page 12?
Yes,
Okay.
that's from the backyard of the
Now
woman who allowed me
page,
access.
the next challenge page is 15. Okay. Where was this page taken from?
And again, that was from the neighbors.
Is the chain link fence a dividing line between the neighbor's yard and Mr. Shahid's?
Mm-hmm. Right, in other
Yeah,
words,
it's
the neighbor
one
has,
area.
the neighbor has a chain link fence.
Chain link fence. But the view out of it, about 10 feet, you can look to my land because I have a shed 10 by 10 cut in a fence.
I see the shed.
Yeah, cut in a fence, and the balance is just.
But she's on the other
banana
side of the
tree.
chain link fence.
Yeah, that's a chain link fence in the back.
Okay. So that's page. So I'm going to overrule the objection as to pages 11, 12, 15, 11, 12, and 15. But now let's talk about, I haven't ruled on 4. Let's talk about page 17. What's going on? Where is this page taken from?
That again is from the neighbor's backyard. I have a Zoom camera,
Oh, I know.
so.
You didn't have
I mean, I see the
From
chain
the-
link fence in this photo as well. That would show where the property line is. What about, so I overruled the objection on 17. What about page 18?
And again, that's from the neighbor's backyard.
Let me try and compare. Everyone has a right to be heard, so let's just go through it. Okay. Do you have the or do you have you showed like an aerial or a map of the properties? Didn't expect to spend this much time on this case, but
This is his house,
Okay.
and this is the neighbor's house.
Can you show it to Mr. Shahid first and let me know if he has any objection to it being evidence in this case?
This is your house, and this is the neighbor's house.
Yes.
Do you have any objection to me using that as evidence in this hearing?
Not a problem.
Because I need that to assess your claims. All right. So the highlighted yellow property is the neighbor's property, correct?
Correct.
Here, okay, all right.
I'm just gonna make sure.
Yeah,
Just so I'm
just
positive.
make sure.
Yes, he's on Gardenia,
Mm-hmm.
and then this is the neighbor's property
Okay,
on Golfview.
gotcha.
You know, we're gonna want that.
Yeah, we'll have it be Exhibit D. So what this is useful for me, Mr. Shahid, is that it shows the different angles that photos would be able to be taken from by your neighbors.
Yeah, but I have banana trees across the fence, and another tree which taken half of the fence.
I mean, I don't know how much further away from the property line she'd have to be for this to be legal. So I'm overruling all the objections except for the one on page 4, which I'm reserving on. But the problem, Mr. Shahid, is that even if I had excluded all the photos you objected to, we still have the violations in the front yard. And I'm wondering
The
why.
front yard is not in a violation anymore.
What do you mean by any more? So I've
I
got
called
photos.
her because she complained about the fridge and the car. I got a plate for a car, insured, and plate on it, and tell me the fridge have to be between 4 walls. 4 walls can be screen room, can be wall, can be blocks, can be anything. Not her translation to it.
Well, it appears on photos taken on Monday that you've got a couple problems with that. So I'm showing you page 21. Page 21 includes a photo that you showed me.
This she took yesterday.
Listen, hey, enough, come on. Just listen to what I'm saying. So you gave me a photo of the flowers, but it was just a photo of the flowers. It didn't show anything else. It seems to not show this mower here.
Is the mower working?
The mower's working.
Yeah.
Okay. It doesn't look like it's working.
No, it's working.
And it looks like there's a lot of other junk and debris around it. You know, so
I have a picture in here for all
oh, we do need those
property have been
photos.
cut.
I do need those photos because that's an exhibit. Can you give all the photos back, Mr.
Yeah.
Shahid? I
Yes, I
apologize. What's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the special master assess a fine of $150 per day, along with administrative costs to begin after the date you deem sufficient to abate this violation. This amount is appropriate given the severity of the violation and respondents' actions relative to this violation. We would also ask that the special master additionally find that it's the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
What do you want to show?
That's the only area she can take a picture of. Here the trees, here the banana tree.
Okay.
There is no way she can get the shed from here.
Okay. Let me see.
And this my neighbor's fence. All the way to the end of the wood fence, you cannot take a picture out of. And this I don't complain with no door. Of course, I'm not gonna put door on it because I don't have to go in there.
I don't think you're being violated for anything inside this.
She-
Are you?
No.
No, she tell me I cannot have the door off.
I never said that.
Okay. Well,
Yes, you did.
Mr. Shahid, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Shed. And his alone, all alone have been cut. And this is a fence. That's my gate which she went to school. And this my neighbor fence all the way train
Mhm.
of the grass. Just on the front gate. And all the lawn have been cut. You can see all the picture have been cut, nothing left. And just a trailer with radios here, then I have to move it, if even a lot.
I mean, see, even this photo shows a violation. You've got the stuff hanging out in the front yard.
What is it? What is hanging?
Well, look, I mean, there's this thing jutting out. You've got stuff here that's not in an enclosed structure. All right. Mr. Shahid, I'm not gonna, again, even if I excluded the photos, I see a junk violation. You know, the code section says you've got to get this stuff into an enclosed area or just get it off the
A
property.
trash can, how I'm gonna put it inside?
A trash can's not a
A red-
violation.
A red?
How much time would you need to remove the junk off your property? 30 days, 60 days?
What junk she had to be removed? You tell me and I tell you how many days.
Well, you heard what Ms. Becker said, and it's all here in the evidence. And what I'll do is I'll read. So debris is material which is stored externally, exposed to the elements, and not otherwise completely enclosed by a walled, roofed structure, and shall include but is not limited to the following: discarded household items, inoperative machinery, appliances, refuse, rubbish, trash, or junk, scrap or discarded lumber, pipe, steel, plastic, glass, paper, cardboard, plumbing fixtures, and other building material. Junk shall mean any abandoned property, construction and demolition debris, litter, waste materials of any kind, used or unserviceable automobile or machinery parts, used or non-functional furniture or appliances. So, you know, for example, the microwave in the back, or the chair that's thrown in the front yard, or used and non-functional tools, equipment, and implements, but shall not include compost piles. Ms. Becker, does the lawnmower, if the lawnmowers are working, does that fall under the definition?
No, if it's an operable, as in a vehicle, if it's operable, then it's fine.
He could keep the lawnmower where it is if it's operable.
If he can prove to me that it's operable,
No, I mean, that's here for this hearing, actually. So he's saying it's operable, you're saying it's not, and it actually has to be proven to me that it's inoperable.
okay.
So I think, I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out, if that's part of this.
So we'll do the microwave then?
No. What I'm saying is, I mean, do you have proof that, for example, on page 3, I'll tell you, it doesn't look good, and it's got grass growing up all around it, but it was the winter, and I don't mow the lawn during the winter. So, I mean, do you have any proof that the mower you sit on is inoperable?
The only proof I have is that it was December 22nd from one picture to the same picture on April 18th. That's the proof that I have.
All right. I'm not going to find that's sufficient, so that mower will not be a part of this order.
Okay?
Is there another mower involved here?
I have 2 mowers in there.
Yeah, I think I saw 2 mowers.
Yeah, it's 2 mowers.
There's one in the front yard with the junk, frankly. And that mower works as well?
Yes.
Do you have any proof that that lawnmower does not work?
No.
All right, so I'm not going to include the mowers in the order, but everything else has to be removed. So I am going to find that the property is in violation. I'll grant 30 days from today to abate the violation. And if the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $150 per day will be imposed. This fine will be recorded and constitute a lien on Mr. Shahid's property. I otherwise incorporate standard order provisions such as the county attorney's office may seek foreclosure or money judgment on any unpaid lien of record 3 months from the date of first recording, and the owner shall be responsible to pay all costs required by county law.
Yeah, but the barbecue isn't there. It's open. I can use it. I'm not gonna
Do
put
you
it in
believe
the
that
house.
the barbecue falls under this?
He can, the barbecue is fine.
Yeah, I agree. So no, the barbecue doesn't fall under it either. And that's the end of the hearing. Good luck.
Next case on the agenda is Edgar A. Marquin, case number 217-4396, Officer Julie Wilkinson, page 21 of your agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, Mr. Shahid, the hearing's over. Well, Mr. Shahid, whether it happened or not is not, it's not relevant for whether what happened. But that is something, well, Mr. Shahid, I'm not,
I can sue her in trespassing.
well, that's a criminal issue potentially. So but it's,
Yes, a criminal.
all right. All right.
I have sons, you know.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shahid. What page on the agenda?
21.
21.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very well. How are you doing?
Good.
Julie Wilkinson, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. Case number 217-4396, excessive growth and accumulation of vegetation, a violation of Chapter 20, Article 6, Section 20-61 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. The address is 7285 West Lacey Lane, Homosassa, Florida. Property owner is Marquin Edgar A. Good service via posting the NOH on the property and posting at the Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during an initial inspection on 15 March 2023, corrective action inspection on 30 March 2023, and photos of my final inspection conducted on 18 April 2023. Exhibit B, a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, copy of the posting affidavit, and a photo of the notice of hearing posted on the property.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard on this case? Let the record reflect that there is none. Have you been working with Mr. Jonason?
I wrote him a few times.
Okay.
You're talking the dates.
Yeah.
Oh. I get it now.
All right. Thank you. Without objection, what's been proposed as Exhibits A and B are evidence. Please proceed.
On 15 March 2023, I conducted an initial inspection and observed a large pile of tree debris in the front yard, which is a violation of the ordinance listed above. On 30 March 2023, I conducted a corrective action inspection and observed the property remained in violation. I have not had contact with the property owner. As of my final inspection on 18 April 2023, the property remains in violation.
Okay. Were you able to get in there and measure it?
No, so the violation is not for the lawn being too tall.
Okay.
It's for a very large pile of tree debris.
Okay. So it's the latter part of the code section.
Yes, sir.
And how do I know that's vegetative matter?
It looks like tree debris to me. Does it not appear that
Is that
way? in
good
the
enough
photos?
evidence for a hearing like this?
Yes, I say so.
It is. What's the county's recommendation?
The county's recommendation is the Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the special master assess a fine of $50 per day, along with the administrative costs begin after the date you deem sufficient to abate this violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. We would also ask the special master to additionally find that it is the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
The property is found in violation. I adopt the county's proposed findings of fact. The owner is granted 30 days from today to abate the violation. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $50 per day will be imposed. I otherwise incorporate standard order provisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case on the agenda, Christopher M. Temple and Denise A. Temple, case number 217-4649, Officer Amy Becker, page 29 of your agenda.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
And you will be here in 2 seconds.
Okay. Welcome back.
Sir.
Heard any good jokes lately?
No, sir.
No.
This,
You think so?
yeah, this is a big one in my eyes.
We're gonna lose all our viewers on YouTube.
How do you get your proceedings off of YouTube?
Well, it's on the Citrus County. Citrus County has a channel. They're a user on YouTube, so they post all their hearings. They've got everything.
How far back can you go to it?
Years.
Really?
Yeah. All right.
I apologize for the delay.
That's okay.
Okay, Amy Becker, Citrus County Code Compliance Division. This is case number 2174649. This is a fine appeal. It was heard on December 21st of 2022. Adjudicated guilty and given 60 days to abate the violation. Reinspection was scheduled for 3/7/2023, but it was inspected on March 21st. So for the exhibits, I have Exhibit A, a recorded copy of the findings of fact.
Is this an appeal?
Yes, it is
Oh,
an
okay,
appeal.
okay.
It's an appeal. A copy of the order imposing fine and an affidavit of noncompliance and photos taken on April 18th of 2023.
So Chris, this is the paperwork that I have for the exhibit.
So, sir, what I'd like to ask you to do is this is what the county is presenting in its defense for the appeal. If you want, you can look through it and make objections if you have objections to it. If not, it'll just be the evidence for the hearing from the county.
Yeah, first off, I'd like to ask that this was in December 22nd, the first one, and
21st.
21st, okay. And I was in court December 21st here, or a fine,
You were
or
here.
where
Don't-
was,
you shouldn't testify?
okay, what happened on January 6th?
Well, hold on. So, what is the basis for your appeal, Mr. Temple?
My basis of appeal is that on January 6th, I was here, and then I had the car issue, and I had the debris issue. And it came about that I had two cases, two different
Violations.
dates,
Yeah.
two different dates for this.
Okay.
And I got cleared of the cars finally, and the debris, it's just the dates. And whenever she asked to go in my backyard to look at the cars and everything about the tag issue, I said, you're here for just the cars, nothing else. And that's when she came upon, I have to do this and do this in my backyard. But she said that it was just for the cars. I said, yes, you may go in the backyard for the cars and cars only. And that's when all the other stuff that she says appeared. And that's my issue there. So the fine is, I'm asking that prior to the date of her coming out originally, she never showed. I called and they said that she was out of office due to personal reasons. And I said, okay, will somebody else from her division be coming out to do the inspection? They said, we don't know. We'll have to get back to you. I called them back a day or two later. They said that no one's coming out, that we have to wait till she comes back to work. I said, so that's what's going to happen. So another week went by, then she calls, and then it was like 3 weeks after the original date, that inspection date. And then she says that I'm cleared, and she says that I'm still in violation. But my question is, how can you go about when they're past their time, the date, whenever you said on this date, blah, 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 and they never showed up?
Mhm.
So how
So
can
you're saying
they?
if she had shown up on March 7th, she would have found that it was fine,
Yes, sir.
but that 2 weeks later it wasn't, and you don't think you should be responsible for that?
2 weeks later, was it the cars or the
Not the cars. Well, actually, I don't know because I haven't been able to see the exhibits yet. So, do you have any objection to those being evidence?
and the am I in violation on that? But she said I'm good on the front of the house. So this one I do. Yeah, all the backyard stuff, she did not have permission to go back on there.
Okay.
And how you get to the backyard is a not accessible to the public.
Mhm.
It is a Duke Energy's right away for the power lines, and the landowners have access through that path to their backyard. Anybody else is trespassing, and she did not have permission to take personal property photos.
Do you know if she doesn't have permission from the utility?
I do not know that,
Okay.
but to get that is pretty hard.
Okay.
And there's only 2 of us on that side of the road that own the whole road. And he didn't give her permission. I didn't give her permission. And the tire, within that.
Well, let me help though. So
Yes, sir.
this is an appeal of I believe the fine order. It's not an appeal of whether the violation exists or not. If that makes sense. But see, I don't even know exactly what we're talking about till I see these
Okay, then
documents.
it's the dates, or it's the dates.
Okay, so you are making objection to some of the photos based on an illegal photo.
Access.
There was trespass, and that's fine. So, is it all of them or is it a portion of them?
It's
'Cause I
all
need-
that's presented here is the backyard, so yes, sir, it
Okay.
would be all of them,
Okay.
except for the front yard.
Okay.
Except for the front yard, I stand corrected. And it's the dates. They said the county, you folks said if you'd be out there on that day. I called. They said no, we won't show up. They won't showed up for 3 weeks later.
Well, theoretically, if the property is going to be in compliance on March 7th, it should be in compliance on March 21st. And if it isn't, then that's not good evidence for you. That's bad evidence. If that
Okay,
makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
On the flip side of that, may I say that if they failed to do what they said they were going to do, it didn't send out another fellow companion of the
So
staff.
the way this works is that a county or a governmental agency has some discretion in how it exercises what it's called police power. And
excuse me,
police power.
police power.
And this is under their police power authority, and they have some discretion as to when they send out inspections. You may have relied on it, but you didn't spend money on it. For example, you didn't spend $1 million in reliance that they'd be there March 7th. And so you haven't lost any money out of it. That means there's no what's called equitable estoppel issue. Again, I understand what you're saying, but they have some discretion on coming back again. It shouldn't matter if the property is in compliance. I don't know if that makes sense, but
It
so-
does, but even if a cutoff date, like you give me 30 days to do it. If I don't do it within that 30 days, I will be fined. So therefore, whenever you say
But see, this is your problem. This is why it's not good evidence for you. You actually got 2 more weeks. You actually got
Right, I
2 more
understand.
weeks to correct it. And if it still wasn't correct, so you didn't even just get 60 days, you got 75. And then you're complaining that, you know, that extra time really wasn't good for you because you
But I got,
Okay, thanks. I mean, that's my problem with your argument.
but I got cleared of the front, and she didn't have permission.
Okay, so I haven't dealt with that argument. What
Okay,
I'm
then
saying
we
is
fine.
your
Here
the
you go.
timing argument I'm overruling. I would like to know if you have any specific objections to these documents besides the trespass issue.
The trespassing, the everything in there I need, and are usable. You can see that.
Okay, so you're also saying that not only was there a trespass issue with the photos, but in fact your property was in compliance.
Yeah, I use every bit of that stuff every day.
Okay. All right.
The
So those aren't objections to the evidence. That is an argument about the evidence,
Yes.
saying that okay, even though this is what the photos show, it's actually in compliance. So I'm not construing that as an objection to the evidence. I'm construing that as you commenting about the evidence,
Thank you.
if that makes sense.
Yes.
All right. So I'll overrule all the objections except for the trespassing one for now, and then we'll talk about it.
Sorry, we're putting him back in order.
Thank you. A lot of counties, when they do code enforcement, they just show the stuff on the screen and they don't give it to anybody to look at, and it's very difficult to see. Orange County. Not that I have an axe to grind against Orange County or anything.
Backyard. Pardon? Backyard? Affirmative.
Is there anyone from the public who's going to want to be heard on this case? All right, let the record reflect there is no response.
Backyard.
Yes.
Subject to the illegal photo objection, exhibits A and B will be conditionally admitted. Or is it just A? It's just A. So let me just take a look at this so I know what's going on. Yeah, you actually even got more than the 75 days because I took so long to sign the order. Let me see. Okay, so the front yard, is the front yard out of compliance in your opinion?
No, the front yard's in compliance.
Okay, all right. You've had a lot of constitutional challenges to your photo taking today, Ms. Becker. I don't know what you're up to, but let's see.
Just trying to keep the county clean, sir.
Let's see. Well, so Mr. Temple, I'll note first that in your testimony to us a few months ago, you did testify that there was an issue. You didn't really argue about it. You just said that you needed time to clean it up, and that's why I gave 60 days. It doesn't look like it's that complicated, but I see you said you're using it all, but there's stuff that appears to be strewn on the ground. Again, I'll deal with the objection you made, but just based on the merits, I mean, there's tires by themselves in the dirt. There's cones that are sideways. I mean, what all?
The cones are holes in the yard where my puppy digs so that
Okay.
my wife walks through there. She's disabled with her cane or her walker, that she won't go into it and stumble and have to rush her to the emergency room again. That is the reason why the cones are there.
Okay.
The tires are there as they get rolled out of the way, and they just happened to be there because I needed an object right beside the tires of where they were, and that's just where they landed up for the moment. And like I mentioned before, when she said I was in violation of my backyard, she was in my backyard to look at the tags of the cars and the cars only, and she said that I would not.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. I promise. But it appears also that there's a television. I don't know if that's accurate. Is that it?
Yeah, that's junk.
Okay.
Nothing I can say about that.
All right.
It's in my way.
Well, you said everything is.
I apologize.
Well, so I mean, the reason why they have,
The television
lawyers
is not
sit here
there
is
no
because
more.
we're nitpickers, right? And so
Right
I
now
mean,
we are.
it's difficult for me to take the claim seriously if I see this stuff and you're saying it's all good.
The television, I gotta eat because it was on my trailer where I needed it to get something off of the trailer, and to set it aside. As you can see, my truck is in the backyard, doors open. My wife fell in the house. I had to haul freight in there, okay, and she pulled a sneaky trespassing thing.
Let's talk about the trespassing. Ms. Becker, what's your argument here? What's your defense?
First, let me say that it's always been very civil. We've always had a good relationship as far as communication. So this is the first that I'm hearing of this, because he's been on the property with me. But as far as the pictures taken from the back, there is a drainage right-of-way that's in the back for 30 feet, and I have a copy of the plat. And that drainage right-of-way is open to the public per the plat map. So I have that if I need to put that in evidence.
So you
But
were
when
prepared.
when I
were you-
talked to
you
him
were prepared for
yesterday,
this argument today.
well, when I talked to him yesterday on the 18th, I said, Chris, I'm here. And he said, okay, did I pass? No. I mean, we discussed it. And I wasn't told. I said, are you telling me that I can't be on your property? And I did not get an answer to it. So, but I am allowed in that area behind his house. And I have the plat and it written.
If you
So
would
it's
show
open
it
to the
Mr.
public.
Temple,
It's open to the public.
It's relevant evidence, in my opinion. I'd like to know.
Right in here.
Okay,
It's
a
open to the
plat
public.
is, from my knowledge, a drawn up.
All right, I know what a plat is.
Okay.
So
Therefore, a plat is
review this document. Let me know if you have objections to it, because
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's the objection?
The objection is that this is
Bless you.
something drawn up before the original outline of the situation of what the blueprints are. That's the word I'm looking for. And
The plats usually create lot lines,
Right.
and often they dedicate things like easements to the public.
That is not a drainage.
Sometimes,
That is
guy, listen.
I'm listening.
It's been a lot of interactions today. Sometimes roads. I won't know until I see the document. You've made an objection that the plat really isn't relevant, and that's fine. I won't know till I see it, so I'd like to see it.
And may I say, we did have conversation on the phone, and
Not
I
yet.
asked
If
her-
you would just give me a chance to
Oh, yes,
look
sir.
through this document and
This is his property, 11 and 12 on Albury. So this is his property right here. And if you read this.
yeah, it's on Aubrey. Where did you go? The DR. You went on the 30-foot. I see. All right. So let me check this out. Did you just print this out right now?
No.
Oh, okay. I mean, did you anticipate this?
Well, I wasn't sure after yesterday
Okay.
because he was very civil.
Okay.
And then he hesitated, and then I was like, he's changed his mind.
I want to give him a chance to respond. So let me read this document, and I mean you've. So what's interesting about this document, Mr. Temp, bless you. What's interesting about this document is it actually refers to the very easement you talked about, which is the utility easement. This is the document that actually creates that easement. But this document actually creates another easement, and that's the 30-foot drainage easement she's talking about. That is, or excuse me, right away, that is dedicated to the public.
That's past the power line. That
pro-
doesn't happen until you got my property, power line property, then the 30-foot. She was up on the power line people's property taking those photos at the line. So
Well,
therefore,
even if that was true, I'm not convinced that's a public utility. It's a utility.
that's utility,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
So therefore, you're saying that she was saying that never mind.
I mean, this happens a lot, and there's actually a lot of case law on this, for better or for worse. You're correct that a code compliance officer is not allowed to take photos from like a neighbor's yard if they're not allowed to be there. They're not allowed to trespass on your property per se. But when they're not on your property, you know, and it appears, I mean, actually the 30-foot goes right up against the property line. I just, that's tough. I mean, again, bless you, the very document that you talked about that for the 10-foot strip that was relevant, I mean, it can't be relevant for what you brought up and not relevant for what she brought up, because it's the same document that creates these things. And that's why the plat's relevant. Look, in a fine appeal, the real issue is this. The issue is, has the fine, is it in compliance today?
No,
Okay.
now, as of yesterday. Yesterday it was not in. I wasn't out
Okay, you don't
today.
know today. The issue on a fine appeal, Mr. Temple, is that it really is very limited to whether or not the fine is itself valid. It's not an argument about the evidence, to be honest.
Correct.
And if there were no photos at all, then we'd be left in an even worse position for you, I think, actually, because the question would be, what evidence do I have that it's in compliance? If that makes sense. In other words, this order found.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So, I mean, if there were no photos at all, it actually doesn't help your case. So I'm struggling to figure out how I can challenge the fine order in this case. I think you just have to take the junk off the property. Yeah, go ahead.
The original problem came whenever, like I stated, she asked permission to go in the backyard and look at the car's tags. And
This is back in.
Yes, the original time, the original.
Right.
And this is where all this construed
But you
from.
would have had to appeal that. This is an argument that you would have had to make at the hearing in December.
I believe I did.
Well, it's not in the minutes. I don't
Okay.
remember it. But whatever the case
And
is, if I made a wrong decision, but if I screwed up, even if that was a reason to bring it up, you would have had to appeal the order that I made in December, and you had 30 days to do that. So it's not even something that.
So
should-
even if, my question is, even if she says that she's back there for the tags and tags only, and she comes up with this other stuff, so therefore she didn't stick to her word.
Well, code, I'll just tell you my understanding of what code compliance can do. If a code compliance officer sees something that's a violation, they're able to find that there's a violation, regardless, and because they have a duty.
So
But
she would,
it'd be like if you let a law enforcement officer into your home and you said, look, you're only here to go to this bedroom. I just want you to go to this last bedroom. Don't look in the bathroom. You can't look in the bathroom. You can't look. But they see a terrible crime has been
Right, I
committed.
understand what you're saying.
Okay, yeah. So, but even if your argument was right, you would have had to bring it up in an appeal back in January. So I'm going to deny the appeal.
So they have. How do I go about? I need to go back before he uses his handcuffs.
Next case on the agenda, Edith M. Much, case number 2181186. Officer Brandon Norman, page 22 of your agenda. Expert on the case is Joanna Coutu.
Bless you. Bless you. Bless you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Brandon Norman, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 2181186. Temporary occupancy of a recreation vehicle, a violation of Citrus County Land Development Code Section 3140, temporary uses, Table 3-2. The address is 1102 West Noble Street, Lecanto, Florida, 34461. Property owner listed as Edith M. Much. I have good service via certified mail return receipt. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A are photos taken during initial inspection on February 1st, 2023, and a corrective action inspection on February 23rd, 2023, and photos of my final inspection taken yesterday, April 18th, 2023. Exhibit B will be a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, and a copy of the certified mail return receipt.
It's very rare that we wait till this long in a hearing to hear from Ms. Coutu. This is,
I didn't slip you in any chocolate today.
yeah.
Stay poison, honey, chocolate.
I like that.
You're easy.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard on this case? Thank you. This is not the first time I've dealt with this property recently, even.
That's true, sir.
Okay, do you know if anyone's here for this case? Oh, okay.
What is the address?
1102 West Noble Street.
Okay, all right, thanks. I thought I recognized y'all, so I wanted to make sure.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
On February 1st, 2023, I was conducting a compliance inspection for a different case involving this property when I observed individuals exit the RV. I made contact with one of the individuals who declined to identify himself, but he did state he was living on the property in the RV. I informed him of the ordinance and that I would have to open an additional case for the above ordinance that I spoke of. The property remained in violation at my corrective action inspection on February 23rd, 2023. I observed no change at my pre-hearing inspection conducted yesterday, April 18th, 2023, and I have had no further contact since my initial contacts with the residents of the RV.
Who was the resident in the RV?
They declined to identify themselves. I recognize these individuals from previous cases in Floral City. So I'm aware of them, they're aware of me, and they've since declined to have any further contact with me.
Okay. I'd welcome any, oh, I'm sorry, actually first, Ms. Coutu, do you have any testimony?
Joint Coutu Land Development, just RURMH, rural residential, mobile homes allowed. We're aware there's a mobile home on site. That's their living unit.
Yeah, okay, got it. All right. All right, I'd welcome any input from the public. Anyone who wishes to be heard at this time?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Your name, please?
Carla Friend.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Other than, I'm not sure how much the
is known about this property from your perspective, and I just want to say a few things about it, and thank you. I am speaking on behalf of close by neighbors who could not make it. They work, they have other obligations. My son and daughter both own property, but they are at work, they cannot make it. Myself and my husband live behind the place where the mobile home is located. And the mobile home has been there for months. I know it's in violation of a code that says you cannot live in a mobile home. As far as I know, at least that's the way I understand the code. It's been
The
there
RV.
an RV.
Yeah.
Did I say mobile home? Motor home, I meant. The property has no electricity, no septic, no water, no sanitation provisions at all. I honestly feel like, and I can't prove this, but I have a dog, and there are other dogs that, use the bathroom in what essentially is our yard. It's kind of off away. And I swear I saw human defecation there. Like I said, I cannot prove it. But they have no place else to use a bathroom. I did try to talk to the owner of the single-wide mobile home that's there about the RV. He said that the people living in it are squatters. He can't evict them. The reason he cannot evict them is because the owners of the property have passed, and it hasn't been, the deed and property ownership has not been transferred to his name or his brother's name. It's just like nobody alive has any control over the property. Frankly, I'm afraid of the people back there because there's constant traffic at the mobile home and the RV. People in and out at all odd hours of the day and night. The day that I wanted to talk to the owner because he came back from wherever he was, and I saw him and I wanted to talk to him. 3 people came out of the RV and were yelling at me, and I cannot hear well, and I'm yelling at them, please have somebody come over and talk to me so I can ask what is going on and what you intend to do going forward. And they were very angry with me and yelling, and I was yelling too, but I was yelling, please have somebody come talk to me, because this is, it's scary for me to have people like that back there. There's also a junk problem that has been dealt with. There's, has been a little bit of change in that junk, but that's a whole different case. At one point, there was a woman back there who said, we don't live in the RV. That's for our cats and our dog. However, I see a car that is constantly parked at that RV. It's a car that is operational. It comes and goes. And I see the people come in the car, they get in, go in the motor home, RV, and they come back out. I do see cats that jump out the windows because there are no screens on the windows. It's just really such a bad situation that I wanted to be sure that you guys were aware of it, because I don't know what they've told you. The woman said that stays in the RV said she does not stay in the RV, she stays in the mobile home. And she also said she pays rent. So I don't know if that's true or not, but it came from her mouth to my ears that
Right.
she's paying rent. And, I cannot prove anybody lives in that RV per se, except for what I see every day. They come up, they go in the RV, not in the mobile home. So.
Right.
I don't know if that information makes a difference, but I wanted to be sure that it was provided.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there anyone else from the public who wants to be heard on this case? Sir?
I'll try and make it quick.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Thomas Lang.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I am in a butter to the property. I'm Carla's neighbor, and I've been there a little over a year now, and there's been constant problems with that lot. In the mobile home or the motor home, which they claim there's nobody living in. I called 911 last night and reported there was some argument going on there. It sounded like somebody was breaking in, cursing, swearing, let me in the door, and I won't go into the names being called. My house my property abuts theirs, and my backyard looks directly into the backyard of the house and the motorhome. And I can sit in my recliner and look out, and I directly look at the motorhome. And for them to claim that there's nobody living there is a lot of monkey muffins. And
I haven't had one of those in a while.
yeah, well, I got plenty of them. You're like, I have kept track of dates and times when cars come in. They spend 10, 15 minutes and they pass through. This is constant. Weekends, Sundays are the busy days. I can't imagine that they're selling Girl Scout cookies. But
that could be Star Trek videos or
yeah,
something.
probably
Action
yeah.
figures.
And numerous times, and I understand I'm under oath. I have witnessed people come out of the house and the it's hard to tell whether they're coming from the house or the RV. Because they constantly go back and forth, walk out in the backyard and pee in their backyard, which they walk closer to my lot line, so it's like right there for me. And there are women doing the same thing. They pee and they squat and I don't see what they do, but this is what I face almost every single day. And I'd be glad to invite anybody that would like to come and visit my house, and you can spend some time there and see what I see. Thank you. If I raised my voice, I apologize because it's my own frustration.
Thank you, sir. What's the county's recommendation?
Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests the special master assess a fine of $200 per day along with the administrative cost to begin after the date that you deem sufficient to abate this violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. This amount is appropriate given the severity of the violation and the respondent's actions relative to this violation. We would also ask that the special master additionally find that it is the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
Are you aware if there's a probate issue or anything like that regarding ownership? If there's
I haven't been notified of any probate issue, of anything like that. From the last contact that I've had from the previous case, the owner that everybody's referencing to was supposedly the son, in which he just arrived back to the property. Again, I've been out there several times. I just passed by it the other day and made contact with the fire department as well. They were actually issuing a citation for an illegal burn.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So they're actively involved as well. And these individuals that are there, they're extremely aware of the violation. Dealing with them on the last case, they were actually living in an unsafe structure. We had orders to demolish it. It ended up being demolished beforehand, before we were able to complete that order.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So they've been in our system for a little bit.
Gotcha.
No. The health department was out there. They were aware of all the junk and debris that's out there. They didn't annotate any sewage issues with the RV.
That's what I was kind of
unfortunately.
curious about, and also just what my authority really was with it. So, based on what you're saying, I will go ahead and adopt the county's proposed findings of fact. The property is in violation. I'll grant 14 days from today to abate the violation. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $350 per day will be imposed. This fine will be recorded and will constantly lien on the real or personal property of the owner. I'm only deviating from the county recommendation based on the public input. It sounds like a pretty serious, situation, and it'd be higher if there was an if the Department of Health had found a sewage issue, but it's a pretty high fine by our standards. So
They are due for a reinspection. The last I spoke with them, and that was the end of last week.
Yeah.
They're supposed to reinspect hopefully this week, I believe, from the last
Okay.
time I talked with them. So
okay, well that's it.
thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Next case on the agenda, David S. Finley, Pamela J. Finley, case number 2176349, Officer Cody McGuire, page 15 of your agenda. Expert on the case is Joanna Katu.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Cody McGuire, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer, case number 2176349. Special requirements for all accessory structures, a violation of the Citrus County Land Development Code 3102A. Addresses 2142 South Waterman Drive, Crystal River. Property owner David S. Finley and Pamela J. Finley. Good service via posting of the property and posting at the Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during an initial inspection on October 13th, 2022. Photos taken during my corrective action inspection on December 12th, and photos taken on my final inspection conducted on April 18th.
I'm doing them separate because they're two separate addresses. Yeah.
I don't mind how you present them, to be honest. So
Two separate addresses for dates.
it doesn't matter to
Can you
me.
see the lot line physically?
Yeah, it's irrelevant whether they're different addresses. The point is you provide due process to whoever the person is, and so we announce the addresses and the case numbers. We can take both up at the same time.
Okay.
If you want, I'm not going to control it.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. The second case is going to be the same property owners, David S. Finley and Pamela J. Finley. This case number is 2174510. Same officer, Cody McGuire, and it's page 16 of your agenda.
All right. Cody McGuire, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. Case number 2174510. Special requirements for all accessory structures, a violation of Citrus County Land Development Code 3102A. Address 2156 South Waterman Drive, Crystal River. Property owner David S. Finley and Pamela J. Finley. Good service via posting of the property and posting at the Canto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during my initial inspection on October 13th. Photos taken during my corrective action inspection on December 12th, and photos taken in my final inspection conducted on April 18th.
Is there anyone from the public who's going to want to be heard on this case? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Great. All right, without objection, what's been proposed as Exhibits A and B in each case are admitted as evidence.
Which case number would you like me to do first?
Either one.
Either one. So 217-6349. On October 13th, 2022, I conducted an initial inspection and observed the property to be in violation. On November 9th, I noticed the violation. A notice of violation was issued for special requirements for accessory structures, which is a violation of the ordinance listed above. On December 12th, 2022, a corrective action inspection was conducted with no change to the property. I've had contact with the property owner. As of my final inspection on April 18th, 2023, the property remains in violation.
What'd the property owner say?
They said that they were applying for conditional use.
Okay. I mean, did it seem confrontational? Did they seem to understand that there was a violation?
They seem to have understood, yes, sir.
Okay. I'll let you present the other case too, and then I'll want to hear from Ms. Katu.
Okay. And then this is for 217-4510. On October 13th, 2022, I conducted an initial inspection and observed the property be in violation. On November 9th, 2022, a notice of violation was issued for special requirements for accessory structures, which is the violation of the ordinance listed above. On December 12th, 2022, a corrective action inspection was conducted with no change to the property. I've had contact with the property owner. As of my final inspection on April 18th, the property remains in violation.
What's going on, Ms. Katu?
All right, Jenna Katu, Land Development. The lots, the main structure is in a coastal lakes commercial area. We have a valid non-conforming use from 2001 for a bait and tackle shop. We know that. That's fine. Unfortunately, they've expanded beyond that. They've got a restaurant, they've got an ice cream shop, they've got kayak rental, things like that.
So all these things in the photos are violations?
Except for the bait and tackle shop, yes.
Really?
And even
Okay.
the bait and tackle shop actually kind of encroaches a little bit on the residential lot next door, but
So
Fine.
the orange or, peach colored structure, that's
peach
a
color structure is oh yeah, that is yeah,
And
the
then-
main structure, the main bait and tackle shop, right, that's
But the
fine.
Captain Finn's ice cream shack.
Yes, all of that is on a residential site. Now, they have applied for a zoning change, a comprehensive plan amendment and an Atlas amendment. They're scheduled to be heard by the Planning and Development Commission on May 4th, and then they'll go to County Commission to change that to Coastal Lakes Commercial. It really won't address all their issues. They should have done a master plan because they have some deviations in there. We've tried, but they're going forward with the application to try to change those lots to commercial so then they can get after the fact permits for some of these uses.
I mean, how many permits? I guess I just want to make sure is it 3 structures?
It's multiple. There's like carports with tarps. Yeah, there's some stuff going on there. So the boat bait and tackle, nobody's in dispute on. It's the restaurant, the ice cream shed, kind of thing.
And the storage shed.
The storage sheds, the use on that residential. They've got parking on that residential. Yeah, but the zoning change is in the works. So that will probably go to commission probably late June, I would expect.
Won't fix it.
It won't fix it completely. They'll still need to meet code, which is going to be a little hard on some of this stuff, and they're, especially that outdoor seating, and they'll have to get permits.
I mean, the after the fact permits will require engineering on some of these.
It will on some of the structures, yes, yeah. Not on all, like the cart kind of
Right.
thing. If that's a coming and going thing, of course it wouldn't.
I mean, how much time do you think it'll take?
For permitting, engineering is taking a while because everyone's backed up for development. So,
Do you have any? Do you or Cody have any immediate safety concerns? I mean,
I wish that the restaurant was not open and would stop. Otherwise, as far as safety, I'm not aware of a health and welfare issue. No. Do you have anything? Well, I think you're here from the public, maybe differently, but
yeah.
The only thing I have for safety is sometimes there's special events. They have parking right in the right of ways, and sometimes actually down Ozello Trail.
Okay. Well, I would like to hear from the public. I did see a hand, and sir, if you would come up and be sworn in, I'd like to hear from you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
And your name, please, sir.
Gary Bartell Jr.
Thank you.
How are you? My name is Gary Bartell. I own the Ozella Keys Marina that's just down the road from this. So you have to pass Finn's Ore House to get to our business along with other residential neighbors as well. My concern right now as it stands is all this activity that's happening in this very small commercial lot adjoined by a residential lot is clogging a county right of way to get not only to my business but to other homes. There's only two, not including the residential lot just in front of the building, there's only two actual parking spots that a vehicle that's not a large truck can actually pull into and not stick out into the road. So what we face daily now is boat trailers because of the bait and tackle, the boat ramp that they are charging people to use on the residential lot. It's literally blocking this county road to gain access to our business. The other items are the airboat tours and the fishing charters they run on those very small residential canals. I would imagine that the zoning and the use for this building was designed because of those very small canals back there to not allow that type of stuff. So there's been a lot of incidences in the canals themselves where boats are running into seawalls to try to get out of the way of each other. And it truly is causing a headache. I took the entire day off just to be here, just to say this. So the other concern is there's no septic on the property. There's no septic mound for this business. You can clearly drive by it and see that there's no septic. That's an environmental health. I know some of the neighbors back there have requested that to environmental health. I don't know if they've gotten anything, but
Wait, and there's a restaurant?
it's a food truck, I believe.
They have the outdoor seating outside too.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't look bad, although it's clearly in violation. But how are they? I mean, they're not hooked up to sewer or anything, and there's no septic. How are they washing dishes? How are they?
Yeah, there's no sewer anywhere in Ozella Trail.
I'm just confused.
And now I am not a septic guy or anything. I'm just saying that there's no septic mounds, anything.
Well, I mean, it matters for the health sanitary issues because I don't understand how they're doing anything without appropriate disposal.
Right. I can say that for the zoning case, they actually did say that they've indicated an intention to utilize the septic system. An intention to utilize it.
I mean,
yes. So that's what I have. It's not available, obviously, as central. So they said that as far as water, they say they're in the Ozella Water District, but no letter has been provided for capacity. We usually require those for zoning changes, but because this is a code case, we move forward regardless of sufficiency. So those items will definitely come out in the public hearings as well.
Do you know if they're bringing buckets of water in
I
to
hope not.
wash dishes? It doesn't.
And Ms. Coutu, I want to say too, in the staff reports, I think the staff member that wrote the proposal even put in notes about not recommending it. I was trying to find it on my phone. So that's the one thing I don't want to have to face on our side is that this is going to get prolonged, and then nothing is being done now, and it's not going to get.
The issue for code enforcement, or for me, is that the law requires that I give a reasonable time period to bring the property into compliance. So that's why I ask all these other questions. For example, unless there was an immediate sanitary concern where people were in danger, and maybe there is, I can't do something like 7 days. Or it's just not reasonable. But if there is, and I'm confused about if there is, I mean, to have a restaurant where there's not I don't know if there's been any kind of health inspection or. It's just tough.
If I may say one more thing. Yeah. So my biggest concern, and I probably shouldn't even brought up the septic. That's, my biggest concern is the parking, the right of way. They also own the property, the other restaurant just across the right of way. So people walk back and forth nonstop. And this is a direct turn off of Ozella Trail. So how someone has not gotten hit yet, no idea. I know it's happened, close many times. There's rumors that they've actually dug underneath the road to connect into that septic. I don't know if that's what they're referring to, but that's rumor, so I don't even want to go there. But my biggest thing is, like I said, the parking, the blocking of the right of way. I'm the one that called in the complaints about the special event that they had. So that's my 2 cents.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else from the public who wants to be heard on this case? Okay, what's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the special master assesses a fine of $50 per day along with administrative costs that begin after the date you deem sufficient to abate the violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. We would also ask the special master additionally find that it's the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
It's $50 per day on each?
Yes.
Okay. Man, I mean, it's going to take them a long, if they ever succeed in getting this approved, and that's not a certainty, it's going to be a while. What was the, is staff recommending that this be done?
We don't actually make a recommendation, but there are findings that are negative, so can't be supported. A little wording differently. There are negative findings for compatibility. There, as the citizen pointed out, there are problems with parking. Absolutely, regardless, they're not going to get approval for parking in the right of way. They're going to have to accommodate that, which would mean probably paved parking on one of these residential lots. It's a little uphill battle for them.
Do they have a license to have this restaurant?
If it's truly a food truck and they have the outside seating, they go through the health department, and those are not hard to get. I haven't seen it operate. I've been there a couple times and never seen it in operation. Just I see the tables, I see the truck, but I haven't formally seen it. So it may not be an active restaurant. I can't tell.
Okay.
The signage, but that's all.
And they were aware of the hearing today? I'm
sure they were.
I mean, I know there's notice. All right, well, the property in each case is in violation. In each case, I will grant, I mean, not knowing or hearing from them what their perspective is on this, or, but also kind of some of the pending concerns that are at issue. I'm just going to give 4 months to abate the violation. And if the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $50 per day in each case will be imposed. This fine will be recorded and constitute a lien on the property of the owners. Customarily, I'll even do 6 or 8 months usually, but I don't feel comfortable under these facts. So, all right, thanks.
Thank you.
Next case on the agenda, John J.V. Kelly, case number 2170760, Officer Alan Jonason, page 20 of your agenda. Expert on the case is Jeffrey Atkin.
I'm sorry, which page?
20.
20, thanks.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Alan Jonason, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 2170760, Buildings and Building Regulations, Chapter 18, Article 1, Section 18-8, Alpha A, permits, obtained after the fact permits for all construction or modifications of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. The address is 4714 West Bobby Court, Lecanto, Florida. Property owner is Kelly John J.V. I have good service via signed certified mail receipt and posting into Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request that they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during an initial inspection on 12 January 2023, photos from a compliance inspection on 8 March 2023, a screenshot from Hanson on 18 April showing no current permits, and a photo of my final inspection conducted on 18 April 2023. Exhibit B, a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, and a copy of the signed certified mail return receipt.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard on this case? Okay. Without objection, what's been proposed as Exhibits A and B are evidence.
On 12 January 2023, I conducted my initial inspection and observed the property to be in violation. I verified in Hanson that no permits had been issued for the sheds. On 12 January 2023, a notice of violation was issued for after-the-fact permits, which is a violation of the ordinance listed above. On 8 March 2023, I conducted a compliance inspection in person and via Hanson and saw that no permits had been applied for or issued for the structures. I have had contact with the property owner's son, and as of 18 April 2023, their property remains in violation.
What did the contact sound like?
He said he was working on it, and then I never heard back from him.
Okay.
Building Representative Jeff Atkins.
Good morning.
Good morning. Have you been sworn in?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Jeffrey Atkin, Building Division. I spoke with a male caller on 329 who identified himself as the property owner. He was asking and inquiring about pulling an after the fact permit for a shed. This was explained to him in the process and procedure. And that was it was a very quick phone call. Recent check shows that there was a roof permit in 2011, a windows permit in 2018, both closed out without incident. No further contact at this time.
Wait, there were permits for the roof on this thing?
There are permits for a structure on that property, I'm assuming the house.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, what's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the Special Master assess a fine of $50 per day, along with the administrative cost to begin after the date you deem sufficient to abate the violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owner once they were advised of the violation. We would also ask the Special Master additionally find that it is the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
I adopt the county's proposed findings of fact. The property is in violation. The owner is granted 4 months from today to abate the violation. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $50 per day will be imposed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next case on the agenda, Kevin and Brenda Wright, case number 218-0012. Officer Amy Becker, page 30 of your agenda. Expert on the case is Joanna Coutu.
Amy Becker, Citrus County Code Compliance. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Kevin Wright.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Amy Becker, Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 218-0012. Accessory uses or structures, a violation of the Citrus County Land Development Code, Section 3102A. The address is 7975 North Walton Terrace, Citrus Springs, Florida. The address of the property owner is Kevin Wright and Brenda Wright. I have good service via signed certified mail return receipt. I would like to authenticate the documents and request that they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during my initial inspection on January 18th, 2023. Photos taken on February 9th at my corrective action inspection. Photos taken on April 18th at my final inspection. Exhibit B, a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the continuation letter, and a copy of the signed certified mail return receipt, signed for on March 24th, 2023.
Okay, sir, I'd like to ask you to take a look at these documents and just let me know if you have any objection to them being evidence in this hearing. Listen.
No.
Okay.
The only thing I had a question about is somebody put a for sale sign on my lot. I hope they
It
didn't.
doesn't sound like a code enforcement thing, but is there anyone from the public who's going to want to be heard on this case? All right, I see none. All right, that objection, what's been proposed as Exhibits A and B are evidence. But first, Ms. Harrison, I can't see the words between the sentences, but I see a sentence that says, I am a lawyer and I am never wrong.
Correct. My last secretary got me that as my Christmas present.
What are the words between those two sentences?
I am a lawyer. To save time, let's assume that I am never wrong.
All right. Have I ever been wrong?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Even on the cases I've dismissed from the county?
Of course.
Wow. Okay. So we've got the evidence. Please proceed.
On January 18th of 2023, I conducted my initial inspection for the LDC violation and observed some debris and a shed on the property. On April 18th, 2023, I conducted an inspection and there has been no change. I have had contact with the owner and he's aware of the violation.
All right, let me just take a look at these photos. So what is the violation again?
The violation is that it's a vacant piece of property and he can't have anything on it unless there's a principal structure,
Okay.
a single family residence.
Is there anyone else from the county who wishes to testify?
Joanna Coutu, Land Development. This is part of Citrus Springs. It's designated for single-family use. However, we have no applications or permits for a principal structure at this time.
Okay, so pretty much everything I see on the photos is a violation per the county.
It should be vacant.
Okay. All right, sir, what's going on?
Well, I'm in the process of building a home there. I wasn't aware that you couldn't bring materials out there and get your ducks in a row for doing that. I appreciate them pointing out that it is a violation, and I appreciate the process by which to come into compliance as we build this house here in the county. My wife and I are residents of Florida. We've lived in the Hillsborough County area for many decades. We moved to Pasco County. We've built 2 homes in Pasco County. But just to be real frank with you, it's getting busy over there. We don't like it anymore. So we really love Citrus County. We're excited about building a home here. It's going to be a fun endeavor for us. We're looking forward to
Citrus Springs sure is changing real quick.
Well,
too.
you know, I could tell you some stories about it. I was watching one of these shows that's called America's Crime Spree or something like that. And they had this thing on about Citrus Springs, Florida, about how this real estate couple came in and they started buying up lots and flipping lots, and they're driving Bentleys and showing up the airport in jets, and they would go to the tax department and just sign away whole blocks and start selling these. And it was just crazy what they were doing. So apparently this didn't go well. They left town and nobody knows who they were. But the show was called American Greed. Go,
Oh, okay.
I own property over there. But anyway, so we bought the property at a very low price. They are starting to appreciate in value, and like you said, the neighborhood's changing, and I'm very excited about the changes. I think it's going to be great. But another wonderful thing about Citrus County is that so much of the land is state and national forest. So the rural character, I think, will be preserved for many years. And we initially hoped that a home would be our vacation home. And as we age a little bit further, we hope to move up here and ultimately retire here. So I'm looking for guidance from code enforcement and this board here in this process. I have some plans here if you'd like to take a look at them, or I have them introduced into evidence. I have applied for the septic tank permit and it has been issued. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Well, let me talk to you a little bit about this. I mean, first of all, as pertains to the evidence, I mean, if you want to admit it, you can. I don't know that it's relevant because the issue here is that until you get the principal structure up, basically you can't use it for accessory uses, whether it's storage or anything else. Does that make sense?
Well, yes and no.
Actually, I'm sorry. Is it at the time he
it's
pulls
a
the
chicken and
permit,
the
or
egg
is
kind
it-
of problem.
I'm sorry. Is it at the time he pulls the permit, or does it have to be built?
Well, the shed would need a permit, and he's not going to be able to pull a shed permit until the principal use is established.
It actually
So-
has to be built.
Yeah.
Okay, so he can't just get the building permit for the residential structure. He needs to have it built.
For if the shed's to remain,
keep
yes.
the shed, or
yeah.
I mean anything else.
I mean, if you're in the middle of construction and you got construction debris, of course. So some of the debris may be okay once he starts constructing,
Okay.
but not the shed.
Okay. Does that make sense?
Well, to me, as a practical matter, it's just a chicken and the egg problem. I mean, how do you get from where we're at to where we're going? As a practical matter, when you have building materials on your property, it's open season. We've already had some pilferage out there. I don't think anybody's tried to break into the shed yet, but to be frank with you, that's kind of only a matter of time before that happens and we lose some stuff as a result of that. It would be my goal to put up a fence around the property at the earliest possible date. I'm not sure how that would conform with the county's vision on how this process is to unfold. But
It's an interesting point. I mean, I am aware of these issues with some of my own clients.
Construction trailers are perfectly fine, and those usually are locked. It's the shed permanent structure thing that's the problem. So
Okay.
construction trailers, absolutely, you can secure material if you need to put it there.
Okay.
You can put a fence too, although I think there might be some deed restrictions in Citrus Springs you might want to look at. But yeah, other things, no.
So there's no chicken and the egg problem here, if that makes sense. I'm sorry.
I have a question about putting a fence up. Isn't an offense an accessory structure on a property that's not allowed until the primary structure?
It's not really a structure, so I'm not going to encourage it, but I don't really have anything that says I can't put a fence to secure a site.
Has any building application been filed? for this
Absolutely not. Not as of this morning. No, he said he did a septic, which is not the county. That's through the state of Florida's environmental health.
And isn't the construction trailer that's permitted generally the construction trailer that belongs to the contractor?
Well, it could be the homeowner if they're doing an owner builder, but that would again imply you have a construction permit in hand and you've started construction.
Which we don't have.
Right.
I mean, so I think the moral of the story here would be close communication with the county about what is allowed. Certainly the shed is not. So you've got two main options, which is essentially removing the shed prior to the construction, or me giving enough time to get your construction going so you don't have to remove the shed, but I don't know how long that would take.
Well, I'm having trouble reconciling what a construction office is versus what a storage shed is. And from my point of view, it'll be pretty much the same thing. I'll need a place to store things and conduct business as this process unfolds. So,
Are you an owner builder?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, are you a GC?
No. But I have built really 3 homes in Pasco County. The first one was a mobile home, and what I did was I raised it up and put a first story underneath that. I lived in that a number of years, and then was able to leverage that to buy a property in the neighborhood, build a home there, leverage that to build a bigger home in the neighborhood. So I'm experienced in these matters, and
Well, no, that's not what I'm asking. So what I'm asking is, if you're not actually a GC, I assume you're going to hire someone to build it.
No, I'm designing a house that I can build, because generally what I find is when you rely on other people, they start to run your project. They start, you would, maybe, have you ever built a home, or I've been your own they get on your site and they start telling you what to do. It's like, dude, what if I don't want that on my property? Well, if you really knew it was, come on. I don't, I can give you a classic example. On the house that I'm in right now, it's a 3-story house. And I bought the plans from a an architect, had, and so, but they had changed the wind loading specifications because of Andrew and the hurricanes and everything. So I took it to an engineer and said, I need you to certify these plans or give me any recommendations about what we should do to bring them into compliance with Florida. So he takes the plans and starts to redraw everything,
All right,
and so,
That's
I understand what my capabilities are, what I can do. I have friends and family who generally join in the project. It's really not
Well, you might be
rocket science.
educating me a little bit. I didn't know that someone who didn't have a contractor's license could build a home. I didn't know that.
I have owner builder rights with the property.
Interesting. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, that's news to me.
Mhm. We actually, we kind of think it's good sport. Some people play tennis.
Okay. So, you're saying that this shed is something you need in order to build the property?
I'm saying that I could, whatever you force me to do, I'll do, but it would be a great benefit during the process, like when things like sinks or, a dryer, whatever mechanical equipment, sheetrock or whatever, to have a dry place to store things in anticipation of moving it into the structure.
Does that change the analysis for the county at all?
No, it doesn't. It should be vacant. He can't have anything there, construction trailer, shed, or anything. It should be a vacant site. Once he gets an application in hand, a building permit, and starts construction, we can talk about construction-related improvements.
Well, what I mean is when we initially started the discussion, it was basically he needed to have it done.
Mhm.
And now, because if he's an owner builder, it may be that he can keep construction-related material there from the receipt of the permit.
Construction-related material, but a storage shed usually is not. That is a storage shed, and we can't have those because then they stay and the principal never finishes. But there is an allowance for construction-related trailers, sometimes the pods. We can talk to him about that once he has that permit in hand, but he's not got anything yet.
Well, I do have considerable, and the process is well along its way. Some of the things that are impeding my progress, first and foremost, is just locating the appropriate service providers in the county here. For example, I need plans review, and I've located an appropriate person, but just connecting with them, setting up times and appointments, and just simple, basic nuts and bolts things like their software, their design software has to be compatible with my design software, and so I don't want to have to, get them into a situation where they've got to redraw everything that I just drew just because our software was incompatible. So, like I said, the septic tank permit has been applied for and approved. We're very much along the way of getting these other issues handled. I would be very grateful if the county would continue to monitor my progress in coming into compliance with all these things as we build this property out to
I'm pretty familiar
county.
with this code section, and you've heard how we've some of the things have changed during the discussion, but I do agree with the county's analysis that the shed it violates this code section. It sounds like there may be alternatives for you that you can pursue as you actually go through and work with the county on construction, but this shed won't be allowed. And so what I really need to know is how much time do you need to move it?
What I would prefer to have done is that we could complete the process for the construction permitting, and then it would be folded into the ultimate design for the property. That would be the most efficacious use of resources for the property. Otherwise, I'm in the business of then having to sell this shed, take everything out of it, and then get a tarp and throw everything under the tarp, which, again, is not really a solution that solves the county's issues any more than having
Thank you,
the
Mr.
shed
Wright.
there.
If he incorporated the shed into the permitted, you're You're shaking your
I'm
head.
shaking my head simply because we can't do the accessory until that principal's there. We've had people try to build the accessories first
Right.
and never get a principal. So we do now
I understand.
make them come after.
Because of this code section, you really can't
Right,
allow.
right. So that house has to be established. There's not a, yeah, I'm working on it kind of thing.
But wouldn't it be a violation? I mean, even if they only went halfway and put the accessory structures there and they never completed the principal, wouldn't that be a violation?
Right, which is why we don't let them do it ahead of time, exactly,
Okay,
or at
right.
the same time anymore. We did in the past and we got burnt too many times. So
Mr. Wright, I think it was actually a good idea, but I also, again, this code section does seem insuperable. How much time do you need?
To move the shed.
Mhm.
Well, let me just try one more time, just for the college's sake. If I incorporated that shed as part of a structure which, say, held up solar panels for the property, would that be an appropriate use that the county would accept for the overall plan of the property?
I think you know.
I'm just, the one thing I have to do is allow due process. It's not the craziest idea I've heard today, so
Yeah,
I'm
well,
allowing him to bring it.
this
I
is
mean,
a
I'd
si-
like to get to the other here. I know everyone's waited patiently,
Right.
but
This is a single-family residential site. The primary structure must be a single-family residence. Putting up solar panels is not at all establishing a principal use. It's not an electric generating site. It's a house, residential site. So we need that residence to be the primary use.
time.
Well, the whole reason for having solar panels would be to.
It's a very
yeah.
simple. I'll issue a ruling, but I would rather know how much time you think you need than what I think you need.
90 days.
The property is found in violation. What is the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the special master assess a fine of $50 per day along with administrative costs to begin after the date you deem sufficient to abate this violation. This amount is appropriate given the severity of the violation and the respondent's actions relative to this violation. We would also ask that the special master additionally find that it's the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
Well, and Mr. Wright, I appreciate the way you presented your case and presented me alternatives. That's useful for me, just so other people know. You are granted 90 days from today to abate the violation. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $50 per day will be imposed. Good luck in Citrus Springs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next case on the agenda, Carolyn K. Borgerson, case number 218-0442, Officer Brandon Norman, page 10 of your agenda.
Oops. You ready? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am. Can you please state your name?
Carolyn K. Borgerson.
Thank you.
Good morning, Brandon Norman, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 218-0442, an accumulation of junk and debris, a violation of Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. The address is 10600 North Oliver Street, Homosassa, Florida 34448. Property owner listed as Borgenson Carolyn K. I have good service via posting of the property and the Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A are photos taken during the initial inspection on January 25th, 2023, and my corrective action inspection on February 27th, 2023, and photos of my final inspection yesterday on April 18th, 2023. Exhibit B will be a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, and a copy of the posting affidavit I completed, as well as the photos of the posted notice of hearing on the property.
Ma'am, I'd like to ask you to take a look through these documents and just let me know if you have any objection to them being evidence in this hearing.
Is this the recent photos that they just did?
The photos are dated down here, so this is from the initial inspection.
Oh, okay, because I've made so much improvement.
I'm going to testify to that.
Okay. Yeah, this This is gone, this is gone, everything.
Is there anyone from the public who's going to want to be heard on this case? And I see no response.
And it's all right done. This is all gone.
Yeah, this is from the initial inspection.
We're in the process. Yeah, this is all gone too. This was all gone. This same thing as the other one.
This is at the compliance inspection in February.
Huh?
This one was taken in February.
Yeah, I got rid of all this stuff here. I think that's 2, isn't it? Yeah, I thought it was 2. My fingers don't work very well. And this is all gone. This is going to go in the house because it belongs to my grandson. This is my coffee tea. A lot of it is all gone, but, and we're in the process of painting the house.
Well, Ms. Borgeson, what I want to convey is that you'll have a chance to tell me what's going on the property, and you can even comment on the photos. I just want to know if you have objections to them being evidence or not.
No.
Okay. Then I'll let the county look at it. All right, without objection, what's been proposed as Exhibits A and B are evidence.
On January 25th, 2023, an initial inspection was conducted of the property for junk and debris. I found the property to be a violation of the above ordinance. The property remained in violation at my corrective action inspection on February 27th, 2023, as well as my pre-hearing inspection conducted yesterday, April 28th, 2023. I have had contact with the property owner, and they are aware. I do need to testify to that there has been some change. We had an additional case for an unlicensed vehicle that was abated at my corrective action inspection yesterday, but I have noticed significant change on the property.
Significant improvement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Borgeson, what's going on?
I just don't have anybody to help me. I'm 83 years old. I can only do so much, and I've done as much as I can by myself. Now I have a friend that lives 2 blocks away, and he's really helped me a lot. He's going to put a new roof on my front porch. He power washed the house. He's going to paint it. And it should have been done over the weekend, but the weather wasn't permitting to paint. And so he also has another job, but he's going to have all that stuff hauled away off the property by a dump truck. And that's like, he's supposed to be coming this week.
So you think that you'll be able to remove all the junk and debris within a week, even?
I'm hoping so.
Or 2 weeks?
But it depends on somebody bringing me the truck. Now, a neighbor also rented me a dumpster, a big dumpster. It wouldn't fit in this room. Yeah. And she said, we can put everything in that, anything that we need to. So the only thing that hasn't been put in is stuff I can't lift.
Sure.
And I didn't have any help this week.
Okay.
So maybe a couple weeks, I don't know.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, sometimes trucks get double booked, or you never know. What's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the special master assess a fine of $50 per day along with administrative costs to begin after the date that you deem sufficient to abate this violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. This amount is appropriate given the severity of the violation and the respondent's actions relative to this violation. We would also ask that the special master find that it's the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
So I think what I'll do is I'll grant, I'll find that the property is still in violation, all right? It's uncontested, but I'll grant you 60 days from today to abate the violation, just to make sure that there's enough time, given the rain that's gonna come and all that kind of stuff. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $50 per day would be imposed, and that's it. 60 days.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, good luck.
Thank you so much.
The next two cases on the agenda is going to be Martha D. Chazen, case number 218-1356, and case number 218-1355. Both are Officer Brandon Norman. It's going to be page 11 and 12 of your agenda.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state your name?
Tammy Johnston.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Brandon Norman, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 218-1355, accumulation of junk and debris, a violation of Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances, as well as case 218-1356, abandoned, unserviceable, and unlicensed vehicles, a violation of Chapter 20, Article 4, Section 20-41 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. The address is 1571 South Sioux Road, Homosassa, Florida 34448. The property owner listed is Chase and Martha D. I have good service via posting at the property in the Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A will be photos taken during the initial inspection on February 8th, 2023, and the corrective action inspection on March 16th, 2023, and photos of my final inspection yesterday on April 18th, 2023. Exhibits B will be a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, and a copy of the posting affidavit that I completed, as well as photos of the posted notice of hearing. Photos were all taken on the same day, different violations. They're annotated on the bottom.
Ma'am, I'd like to ask you to take a look at these documents and let me know if you have any objection to them being evidence in this hearing.
That's gone.
I'll explain it. So I understand. The only thing I need to know is if you object to them being evidence.
Yes. No, not so. No. What debris? Oh, that's gone. No. No, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. What's been proposed as exhibits A and B in each case are admitted as evidence without objection.
On February 8th, 2023, an initial inspection was conducted of the property for junk and debris and unlicensed or inoperable vehicles. The property was found to be in violation of the above ordinances. The property remained in violation at my corrective action inspection on March 16th, 2023, as well as my pre-hearing inspection conducted yesterday, April 18th, 2023. I have had initial contact with the property owner, and they are aware.
Okay.
I just want to state, for the unlicensed vehicles, the only two things that remains, there's a boat and trailer, and also a larger boat that appears to be inoperable. The vehicles were already abated, and there's some other axled items that were abated as well. And there has been significant progress on the junk and debris that's been removed.
Okay. Let me just take a look at these photos and then I'll have a better understanding. Okay, so on the vehicle case, there's one remaining boat.
There's two boats remaining
There's two that are in violation.
that are in violation.
Okay, I
Yes,
saw
sir.
one.
It should be on the last couple pictures.
Yeah.
It should be there's a boat and trailer that has a flat tire, and then there's another larger size hold boat that just appears inoperable.
Let's see.
It's not on a trailer or anything. It's on almost as if it's being worked on.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, let me look at the other photos. Okay, I mean, it does look like there's been a huge amount of improvement. So, ma'am, what's going on?
I'm just asking for another 60 days. He's right, there's two boats. The big boat has never, it's like under construction, it's never even been in the water. The other boat is the only other boat I can't get moved right now. I don't even think the axle will turn on it. But I'm trying to get the rest of the property cleaned up. I inherited all this. So I'm just asking for another 60 days to finish up.
Okay, what's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the Special Master assess a fine of $50 per day per violation, along with administrative costs to begin after the date that you deem sufficient to abate these violations. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. This amount is appropriate given the severity of the violation and the respondent's actions relative to this violation. We would also ask that the Special Master find that it is the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been evaded in order to allow for reinspection.
Is there anyone from the public who wants to be heard on these cases? All right, there is someone? All right, I can't see, but if you would come up, I'd like to hear from you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state your name?
Rita Ranise.
Thank you.
My property is adjacent to hers. The only reason we filed the code complaint was over the last 3 years, we've had nothing but problems with this property. We have rats on our property from this property. In the last few months, there was a subject that lived on this property that was arrested for distribution of drugs. The biggest thing was the fentanyl. He had enough on him to kill over 25,000 people, and she housed them in a travel trailer.
No, I didn't. He doesn't live there.
Well, man, you'll be able to respond, but I have, public has a right to be heard.
She had a travel trailer on the property where this subject and his girlfriend lived. Since then, it's been taken off the property as of last week. But the neighbors are all tired of the junk. They're tired of the mess. We have traffic all the time, all night long, all day long. It's a constant eyesore, and it's, a problem with our property value. And she has made significant progress in cleaning it up. There's still a lot to clean up. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Well, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Would you like to comment on that?
I don't know what she's talking about. There's nobody living there but me and my niece. Everything is gone. Everybody is gone that was there. Like I said, I'm trying to clean the property up. I don't know what she's talking about with the neighbors. I have no problems with no other neighbors but her.
The rest of the neighbors that we have, I've had no problem. I've talked to all of them.
Okay.
So, and they've lived there as long as my mom had lived there. The lady that lives across the street actually was my mom's best friend. So all I'm asking for is 60 days. That's the only place I have to live where my niece has to live. I'm taking care of her. Her mother is incarcerated. And so I got guardianship over her after her grandfather also passed away, who did live there. So it's just everything was put on me at one time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, according to these photos and according to testimony, it's unrebutted that there's been a huge amount of improvement. In order to make sure that the improvement continues, I will have to issue an order that it is in violation of the county code. However, based on the other cases and what we found today, I'm going to grant 60 days to abate the violation that I do find. Of course, after that time, there could be real issues. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered in each case, a penalty of $100 per day would be imposed. So this fine will be recorded and will constitute a lien on the real or personal property of the owner. So if it's not fixed in 60 days, basically, if they're both not fixed, that's $200 a day. It's when I make that finding in light of the public input. So good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Next case on the agenda, Margaret P. Barrett, case number 2181784. Officer Brandon Norman, page 8 of your agenda.
Yeah, I have vertigo really bad, and so
Well,
I'm hanging on.
is standing a problem?
No, I'll be okay. I'm holding on.
Okay. All right.
I'm gonna ask you to raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Your name, please?
Margaret Barrett.
Thank you.
If you need to sit, I'm fine with that. Okay.
I think I better stand.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, Brandon Norman, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 2181784, accumulation of junk and debris, a violation of Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. The address is 10236 East Pike Drive, Inverness, Florida 34450. The property owner listed is Barrett Margaret P. I have good service via certified mail return receipt. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A will be photos taken during the initial inspection on February 15th, 2023, and the corrective action inspection on March 6, 2023, as well as photos from my final inspection yesterday, April 18th, 2023. Exhibit B will be a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, and a copy of the signed certified mail return receipt.
Okay, ma'am, I'd like to ask you if you can to take a look through these documents and let me know if you have objections to them being evidence. Bless you.
Okay, 215. And I won't take them out of order. I have no objection. Yeah, okay, I just want to make sure that was there. Luckily she mowed the yes.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public who wants to be heard on this case? All right, I see no response. Without objection, exhibits A and B are evidence. Thanks.
On February 15th, 2023, an initial inspection was conducted of the property for junk and debris. The property was found to be in violation of the above ordinance. The property remained in violation at my corrective action inspection on March 6, 2023, as well as my pre-hearing inspection conducted April 18th, 2023. I have had contact with the property owner and they are aware. Progress has been made, but the violation persists.
Okay, Ms. Barrett, what's going on?
Long story short, I brought back my 30-foot travel trailer from North Carolina to sell it because I got a fifth wheel. But the fifth wheel required had a lot of water damage. And roof, had to have a whole new roof and everything. So that's why there's a lot of that construction stuff there. My daughter kept saying that he told her about the stuff that's stored in the carport. And so we put that onto a trailer because what was in the carport was what came out of the smaller trailer. And I finally have sold it. And so we put it on a trailer and put a tarp over it. We could not take the construction debris to the dump for financial reasons. In fact, as of yesterday, I had no electricity because my daughter hasn't worked for 3 weeks, so there's no money coming in. However, we can cleaning up. I can only do so much per day. She's gone back to work, so it's up to me to clean up. And as he'll tell you, she would mow the yard. And when she got home at 7 o'clock, she's out mowing. Because she has about 16-hour days, 12 to 16. So anyway, I've been cleaning up, and we're still working on it. The stuff is still, what's in the carport right now is the final things to go into the fifth wheel. They're supposed to work on it this weekend because I'm scheduled to leave the 28th of April back for North Carolina for the summer. So and on the fines, I'm in a financial hardship. I have unpaid medical bills and everything, so some leniency I would greatly appreciate. But
Well, there won't be any fines if you clean the property.
yeah,
You know?
well, I'm trying to. And you can see from the side, it's all cleaned up around that side where the gas tank is. And in the back, I've cleaned up. Hired a guy to help clean up. He brought his fishing pole, and so he did more fishing than he did cleaning. But anyway.
Well, how much time do you think you reasonably need to?
Well, I hope to be gone by next weekend, but as you said earlier, you never know. So could I have a good 30 days?
Oh yeah, you can.
Because it's been going, I was actually supposed to leave the end of March, and I'm still here.
Yeah.
So maybe at least another 30 days.
Okay. What's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the Special Master assess a fine of $50 per day along with the administrative cost to begin after the date that you deem sufficient to abate this violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. This amount is appropriate given the severity of the violation and the respondent's actions relative to this violation. We would also ask the Special Master additionally to define that it is the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
The property is in violation. I'll grant you 30 days from today to abate the violation. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $50 per day will be imposed.
Okay.
That's it.
Oh, no, thank you very
Good
much.
luck.
Thank you, Brandon.
Next case on the agenda, Rosemary Hark, case number 2182067. Code Officer Cody McGuire. It's page 18 of your agenda.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please state your name?
William Hark.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning.
Cody McGuire, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer, case number 2182067, accumulation of junk and debris. A violation of Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. Address 3087 North Appaloosa Point, Crush River, Florida. Property owner Rosemary Hark. Goods service via posting of the property and posting at the Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during an initial inspection on February 20th, 2023. Corrective action inspection on March 6th, 2023. And photos of my final inspection conducted on April 18th, 2023. Exhibit B, a copy of the notice violation, copy of the notice of hearing, copy of the notice of hearing posted on the property, and a copy of the posting affidavit.
Sir, I'd like to ask you to take a look through these documents and let me know if you have any objection to them being evidence in this hearing.
Yes. Hey, Cody. I don't have no objections on what's going on at my mom's house. Fortunately, my mom has passed away. I haven't been able to save up money to go through probate and get everything put in my name. My son has moved these people in with a camper and my trailer, and trash, that's all their trash. I had to leave my house. I think they're all on serious drugs. I'm trying to work, save up money, and I will rent a dumpster, and I'll have these, I gotta figure out how to get that camper thing out of there by the law. I've had the cops at my house numerous, 30 times.
Okay.
My neighbors are all really nice people. They're trying to help me out. In fact, I think there's one of them here. I'm trying, I need time. But my son and these people are on serious drugs, and I've asked them to leave multiple times, and they will not leave.
All right. So without objection, what's been proposed as exhibits A and B are evidence. I will, before we get to your stuff, Cody, is there anyone from the public who is going to want to be heard? Okay, I see one hand, two hands. All right. Please proceed.
On February 20th, 2023, I conducted my initial inspection and observed the property be in violation. On February 20th, 2023, a notice of violation was issued for junkyard conditions, which is a violation of the ordinance listed above. On March 6th, 2023, I conducted a corrective action inspection and observed the property remained in violation. As of my final inspection on April 18th, the property remains in violation.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hark, I have already basically heard what you said is going on.
Yes.
Do you have anything else to add at this point? Because I'll hear from the public.
I'm not even staying at my house, so I don't know how bad if it's gotten worse or what at my house, but my neighbor said these people, all they do is argue and fight, and it's a dangerous situation.
Okay.
And I'm staying in my vehicle, and they stole all my paperwork too. My title to my land, all my paperwork's gone because I had to leave. And they ransacked my whole house, it stole everything. And it's tough. I'm having a hard time.
Mr. McGuire, have you had any contact with anyone on the property?
Yes, sir. They wouldn't give me their names. They just said that they had resided there. We have now an RV case on that same property.
Did they invite you in to hang out?
No.
Okay.
No. Every time I went out there, there was a woman. She stated, "Is this good enough?" And I mean, I went over everything that was still in violation, but as of the 18th, there was nobody at the property whenever I.
Okay. And so Rosemary Hark is your mother?
Yes.
When did she pass away?
Last year.
Okay. I would like to hear from the public, so if anyone wants to come up and be heard, I'd appreciate it. Sir, you can come over here.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
Yes,
help
I
you
do.
God? Please state your name.
James Hennick.
Hennick?
Hennick,
Thank
H-E-N-I-C-K.
Thank you.
Everything he says, you know, I don't want to see him get in trouble. These people moved in. His son invited him there while he wasn't there. He's not the one who invited him there. His mother passed away. Everything's going to him. I'm trying to help him out, get money together for his probate. But these people will not leave. And they're living in a camper that there's no electricity there. There's no septic, you know, they're not using none of the bathroom. They're using bathroom out in the yards. I'm sure the neighbors are just totally fed up with it. And when the proceeding is over, if the camper has to be removed, what does he have to do? What is his rights to remove that camper when you tell them that that camper has to go?
Well, I'm not his lawyer, so you know I have to always give that disclaimer that I'm not even really the lawyer for the county. I'm just hired to preside over this hearing, so I can't give legal advice.
Right.
What I can, so you can't rely on what I'm going to say as legal advice. What I would say is, look, I mean, if you can resolve the ownership situation through a probate, you have rights, and there's things you can do. So that will be relevant later on as I determine what the order is and how much time there is to fix this.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know, they're staying in a camper with no electricity, no water, no septic. You know, what is his, you know, if he went over there and hooked up their trailer and took it out of there,
will I get in any kind of trouble?
Yeah, it's his property.
I can't answer that. I can't answer that. And yeah,
See, I don't want to end up in
theoretically,
jail.
property ownership does transfer upon death. You don't theoretically actually need a probate, but what you do need a probate for is to actually vest the title. Not actually, don't need it to vest the title. You need it for the documentation purposes, and once you have a court order, it protects you against all those kinds of issues, those liability issues, you know, that could be raised. So there's really no substitute about it. A lot of lawyers will do it on a, you know, percentage basis, but I don't. Anyways, that's neither here nor there for right now.
And he is the one that called the county to try to get some of this resolved because he don't want to be there because there's so much drugs. And
well, his name's not. I mean, he's not in trouble. The only issue is that my tools are very limited that I have at my disposal. It's essentially to put a fine on the property.
Right. So it's all going to be all upon him.
I mean, unless the county can tell me something different. I mean, my understanding of my authority is essentially limited to fines and subpoenas. I don't know if anyone at the county disagrees with that or not. And tough, angry words. So.
Well, I've tried everything. I've been to the sheriff's department, the clerk of courts, and all kinds of stuff, and it's just so hard to do anything. So what I found out is I'm going to have to get a lawyer to help me get these people out of there somehow and save money. I've been trying to save every dime I make to do this and get a dumpster, and I can't even drive my vehicle because they took my paperwork.
Sir, do you have anything else that you want to?
No.
All right.
Just, you know, he's a good guy. He's just in a bad situation with people who's just trying to invade him.
Yeah, and it really would be terrible for a fine to accrue on the property once he gets ownership, and then he's got to deal with a lien. I understand. Nonetheless, all right. So, is there anyone else from the public who wants to be heard? Thanks.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole
I
truth,
do.
and nothing? Thank you. Your name, please.
Pamela Vondahar.
Thank you.
This place is directly behind my place. I put up a big privacy fence, but they can see over it. And they can see that it's me and my mother, my elderly mother there. And it's a very dangerous place with non-stop drug activity. They bring a brown bag. The redhead or the old woman will run out and get it. And then there's crickets. You don't hear anything until they run out of the dope, and then they start fighting. And they had sticks and golf clubs and bricks and glass and breaking it and throwing it, acting ridiculous. And it's just non-stop. Cuss words. I'm going to kill you. and just steady traffic. And I'm just terrified. I have little grandchildren, so we don't feel safe. And I just want him out of there. If if he can show that he is a resident there, the cop told me that he could bring that paper to you, and then they could be evicted.
No, there's nothing. I have no eviction authority. I have no.
Because
eviction
we've called the cops, we've called the health department, because there is no electricity, there's no water. They're peeing on the ground and pooping in buckets. And the people that are there changes daily. There's been 7 people I've counted. Now there's 3, but the people that are in there are different. Like they got in a fight last week, one guy left. It's someone new, just new traffic in and out. And it's dangerous. And there's children that can't even ride their bike on the street because of these people. And they're doing hard drugs, fentanyl and methamphetamines and that drug that they get from veterinarians. And then you don't hear not a word until they run out of it.
Yeah, so I'm just looking through.
They beat him up twice. That's why he's terrified.
All right. Yeah.
That's
I hear
it.
you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, Pam.
So in looking at section 19-40, subsection A, it says the code compliance special master shall conduct hearings on alleged violations. In order to accomplish this purpose, the special master shall have the power to adopt rules for the conduct of hearings, subpoena violators, subpoena evidence, take testimony, issue orders having the force of law to command whatever steps are necessary to bring a violation into compliance. Okay, let me just see if it talks about that in any more detail, because there's a lot of things that would seem to include. If the code compliance special master finds that the violation presents a serious threat to the public health, safety, or welfare, or if the violation is irreparable or reversible in nature, the county may secure, repair, or demolish the property, or take any other action necessary to bring the property into compliance and charge the violator with the reasonable cost of the repairs along with the fine imposed pursuant to this section. And that's in 19-55. Separate hearing shall not be necessary. Ms. Antrim, Ms. Harrison, what do you think? I mean, what are the limits of my authority in my orders? Is it just a fine? Can I instruct people to be removed from property? Yeah.
If I may, wow, we have this silent lull right here. To answer your question, as it stands right now, based on what I've heard from your part and your part, obviously I haven't gone there, I haven't gone to any other parts in this, it is still considered a civil issue. So I do not recommend going in the property and hooking up its RV to a truck and pulling it out for multiple reasons. The most important one is he already states that he's in a delicate financial situation. If he were to damage that trailer, I'm not even talking about criminal implications. If he were to damage that trailer in the process of removing it from the property, he's going to be financially responsible for any damage done to that trailer. So my best advice here is
I wouldn't go that far. That may not be true. I would just I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't give legal advice on the civil stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I am interested in what you have to say about the criminal
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. I just don't, I don't recommend him doing anything and seeking legal, I don't recommend.
Yeah.
Usually, that's where we stop. I don't recommend them doing.
Well,
Yeah.
well, let's hold off on this. I just want to see. I mean, under the code section, it seems to suggest I can do more than fine.
Yeah, and I'm reviewing the statutes because the code section is basically based on.
Yeah.
16208.
I'll look too.
Issue orders with the force of law to command whatever steps are necessary.
There's another provision that has to do with if there's a danger.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's right out of 16208. I just don't know that I can go around the civil process, the eviction process. I don't even know. You don't even have a probate here.
I think if we had the case regarding the occupation of the RV.
If you have what?
They said that there's going to be another case about the occupation of the RV
Right.
as a violation. This violation is for.
Right, so theoretically I could command under another case that there's no occupancy on the RV and block that somehow.
Cease and desist.
Yeah, and maybe that has injunctive power. I don't have it on a junk and debris case.
Or that the county removes it, right? But this is the junk and debris case.
I could order all the junk and debris removed. I mean, that's a kind of injunction, but that doesn't get them very far. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait for the RV case to be able to exert any special power on this. All right, Mr. Hart, do you have any other input right now?
Like I just said, I'm trying and I'll try to get over there, but it's dangerous for me to go over there. And I just need them people out of there. That's all. I feel so bad for my neighbors and all, And I'm living out of my truck,
I'm sorry, Ms.
If he had law enforcement accompany him to the property to clean it up.
What are you, meaning, I mean, is that under the auspices of this order?
If he had an order directing that the property be cleaned up.
Right,
within so much
which I think I can do.
I don't know that the sheriff would agree to go out there, but he could request.
I wanted to ask something. I went brain dead
Sheriff
for a
might be
second.
happy to go out there and
Yeah.
accompany him while he's trying to clean up the property.
Yeah,
If
okay, I
he
can.
feels
this
that
is
he's
what I
in
wanna
danger
ask.
when he goes there.
This is what I wanted to ask. I go and clean all this stuff up, and then I can't get them out of there, and I'm back in the same situation. Dirty all my land up and stuff
Well, look,
again.
ultimately, again, you really need to speak with a lawyer about figuring out the ownership situation and getting through probate. Here's what I'm going to do. What's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the Special Master assesses a fine of $50 per day along with administrative costs to begin after the date you deem sufficient to abate the violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. We would also ask the Special Master additionally find that it is the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for a reinspection.
It's essentially the unrebutted testimony of everyone here, including the public, that you, Mr. Hark, are not directly responsible for this. It seems as though a fine getting levied would be punitive to you if you are going to become the owner of the property. And I don't think that the coercive effect of a fine is going to help very much. Under the authority by Florida Statute 162.08 incorporated through section 19-40, is that? Let's see. Yeah, 40 subsection A. I will issue an order that directs and compels that the property be cleared of junk and debris. Everything that is under the definition of junk and debris, that is a violation here, immediately. So the order upon its execution will need to be followed. This will apply to any possessors of the property, including, anyone who is in possession of the property, and that includes people who are squatting. That is to say, people without a valid lease agreement, and the like.
Might state occupier rather than possessor.
So, okay, or occupiers. And I'm thinking about it. The probate issue is difficult. I'm trying to think of the enforcement mechanisms here. Well, and it's the intent that this order, essentially have the power of law, that it can be enforced at law, and violations of it or repeated violations with knowledge of the order would be viewed as contempt. That's about the best I can do for right now. Okay, do you have any questions?
No, but I'm going to try to get over there and do what I can.
I encourage the public to be in touch with code compliance about this case and other related cases, and that you be as well. All right. All right, thank you. Yep.
The next case on the agenda is going to be Adrian Inakioe, case number 2180589, Officer Alan Jonason, page 14 of your agenda.
See how that goes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Alan Jonason, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 2180589. Accumulation of junk and debris, a violation of Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. The address of the violation is 4505 North Canyon Terrace, Hernando, Florida. Property owner, Inakioe, I hope I said that right, Adrian. I have good service via posting the notice of hearing on the property and posting at the Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request that they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during an initial inspection on 30 January 2023, photos from a compliance inspection on 28 February 2023, and photos from my final inspection conducted on 18 April 2023. Exhibit B, a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, a copy of the posting affidavit, and a photo of the notice of hearing posted on the property.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard on this case? Okay. It is my intention for those present to try and charge through and not break for lunch. There's not that many cases left, but if someone has an objection, they can let me know. Without objection, what's been proposed as exhibits A and B are evidence.
On 30 January 2023, I conducted an initial inspection and observed the property to be in violation. On 30 January 2023, a notice of violation was issued for junkyard conditions, which is a violation of the ordinance listed above. On 28 February 2023, I conducted a compliance inspection and observed that the property remained in violation. I have not had contact with the property owner, and as of my final inspection on 18 April 2023, the property remains in violation.
Didn't we have a case on this property recently? I recognize the name.
It was a little bit ago. They abated it.
Yeah. Okay.
But here
I mean, they abated it after a hearing. Because I had this. Okay, well, no, it's okay. I mean, no big deal. But it's not a prior. It's not a repeat case.
No.
For my
No.
purpose. Okay.
No, sir.
All right. What's the county recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the special master assess a fine of $150 per day, along with the administrative cost to begin after the date you deem sufficient in order to abate this violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. We would also ask the special master additionally find that it is the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
Okay. I adopt the county's proposed findings of fact. The property is in violation. I will grant 30 days from today to abate the violation. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $150 per day will be assessed.
Thank you.
Next case on the agenda, Paul Bickham, case number 218-2435. Officer Brandon Norman, page 9 of your agenda.
Good afternoon. Brandon Norman, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 218-2435, accumulation of junk and debris, a violation of Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. The address is 3168 South Lee Way, Homosassa, Florida, 34448. Property owner listed Bickham Paul. I have good service via posting of the property in the Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request that be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during the initial inspection on February 27th, 2023, and the corrective action inspection on March 15th, 2023, and the photos of my final inspection on April 18th, 2023. Exhibit B will be a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, and a copy of the posting affidavit that I completed, as well as the posted notice of hearing on the property.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public who wants to be heard on this case? All right, thank you. We've never had as many people from the public, or at least in the years I've been here, on cases. So I know it's been a while. Long hearings today. Well, Shahid took an hour. All right. Thank you. Without objection, what's been proposed as Exhibits A and B are evidence.
On February 27th, 2023, an initial inspection was conducted of the property for junk and debris. The property was found to be in violation of the above ordinance. The property remained in violation of my corrective action inspection on March 15th, 2023, as well as my pre-hearing inspection conducted on April 18th, 2023. I have had no contact with the property owner. Things I've observed on the property, I've observed various amounts of rodents, varying in size, transiting on the property, alive as well as dead.
Really?
There's 2 cats on the property. I'm guessing that they kind of keep it at bay. I've only met with one individual when I initially got there, and he immediately departed the area. I'm guessing he was there illegally. He was going through some stuff.
Have
in
you
the back.
considered whether this is art? No. Okay. I wouldn't.
I tried. You're going to see one picture in there about a vehicle with a spray painted "Stay Out."
Stay out.
Yeah.
That's what
that
made me think
could
of
be
it.
yard art. That might
That's what
pass.
made me think of it. Okay. I'd sure like to hear from the public. There's no doubt about a violation here, so. Hey.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state your name?
My name is Lori Whalen. I live directly across the street from this property. It is a problem. It is a big problem for the entire neighborhood. I have witnessed drug use in the yard. My mailbox used to be on the property. They had it all on the same side of the road, and I had to go to the post office and asked them if I could move it because I was going to get noticed that some of the squatters that were over there that were abusing drugs had left needles around my property, around my mailbox. They've been in my mailbox. Mail has been missing from it. So I have a mailbox across the street. They still tried to go in my mailbox. I had to get a locked mailbox.
Wow.
It has where you can open it up and the mail goes down inside, and I have to unlock it to get it out. Because they've stolen money out of there, checks, whatnot. There have been people all hours of the day and night. There's a driveway, you drive up this way, and they made it so that you could come out the other side of the property. All hours of the day and night, drug deals go down. People ride in on vehicles at night, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, drop off drugs, and then people on bicycles leave there and distribute it. I have noticed this because my living room sits directly across from it, and their headlights, when they come up, go directly through my windows. Whether I'm awake or not, I get woken up. Their headlights, when they come out, go directly in my foster's. I have a foster child that stays with me. In his windows, they wake him up all hours of the night. He can't ride his bike out there. One of the drug abusers, while he was riding his skateboard down my driveway, and it got from him, it went across the street. He tried to grab it. They grabbed it and broke it in half. He's 9. We have had problems with rats. There still are live rats running around on the property. They have 4 cats. They come over on my property. We have noticed vehicles there abandoned. People were living in them. They've taken some of them out. Just a couple of days ago, they took the station wagon that had no windows and no wheels out. But they left a bunch of junk. Every day, people come in and out and stay there. There is no telling how many people actually have stayed there or lived there. I've actually had one of them come over to my house and ask me, because I have video cameras in the front of my house, and I make it well known that there are video cameras in the front of my house because we've had things stolen from my property, right out of vehicles. They literally knocked on my door, somebody who claimed to have been staying there, and claimed that while she was in jail, when she was squatting, somebody came in and damaged her house. And that I have pictures of people who were staying there.
So, do you know who the owner is?
I understand it's Paul Beckham, and I've looked
do
on
you
the
know who that
county
is?
website. I have no idea.
Okay.
Never lived there. He's never lived there. I knew the people. I've been there since 2007, and I've been there since 2007. I knew the people, the owners then, who were elderly and ended up leaving, and they quit claim deeded it to somebody.
All right.
So but as far as Paul Beckham being there, I've never seen him
Are there
there.
other pending cases on this property?
I did have one previous case for unlicensed or unserviceable vehicles. When I did my pre-hearing inspection yesterday, I didn't observe them there, so I was forced to abate the case.
Yep. All right. Well, I mean, this is a junk and debris case, so.
Well, I mean, they've lit fires there and burned garbage. There is still garbage scattered and strewn as of this morning.
Oh, no, I believe
all
that.
across
I mean,
the property.
the evidence.
And there was a fire outside that they had lit.
The evidence is pretty overwhelming. Like I said, there's no doubt about a violation. So, anyways, it's just, I can't do anything about the people, if that makes sense. I can issue an order compelling removal of the junk and debris. I can issue an order that puts a fine on the property, which I will do.
There are also trailers that don't belong there, that are not part of.
Not for this case. I mean, if that's a case that comes in front of me, then We might be
Okay.
able to explore my authority further. But as it currently stands, I mean, I'm only indicating this because you have some very substantial and important problems with this property. They primarily derive from these people who are probably dangerous.
Yes.
So there's just not that much I can do. You
I
know, this is a
understand.
junk and debris case. So, anyways,
The junk is a danger as well. I mean, I don't know what happened with the septic as well. I don't know if that's something that came up with the Board of Health. They were there. I did know that the Board of Health had gone there. They had a problem with the septic. It overflowed and nobody ever fixed it.
Right.
And it was literally open on the driveway with excrement in the yard. And
oh, that's awful. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's still there. I don't know. I don't think anybody's cleaned that up. So.
All right. Well, I appreciate your input. I understand the gravity of the situation.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
stories that I could tell about that place, things that have happened, and it is a grave situation. It's unhealthy. I know that the girl next door on this side had to move because of it, and the lady that lives on the other side, her fence backs up. I was to pick her up to bring her here this morning, and she refused to come because she was terrified of the people that
Sure.
live there.
Sure. I get that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, thank you, ma'am. I
All right,
appreciate
thank
it. Is there anyone else who wants to be heard? Please.
It looks like Mr. Brigham is deceased. There was a will filed.
So it's one of those.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Your name, please?
My name is Penny Hoffler. I also live across the street from that property. From what my understanding is that the owner of the property is deceased.
That's what I just heard. Yeah.
Mhm. And we have squatters living in and out of there. The septic tank has been broken for a few years now. The smell is awful sometimes. It's terrible. And also, when the flooding was really bad, they actually had to come pump it out because we were all worried about our water and stuff. I mean, it is a health and safety issue. The police have pulled stolen vehicles out of that yard. The yard front and back is full of trash. It's an eyesore. It's awful to even look at. There's drug activity, people walking around the yard all hours of the night with flashlights. My 16-year-old daughter drives to school and she parks in the front yard and she leaves before it's daylight. We've had issues with these squatters over by her vehicle and she is in fear of her safety. We're in fear of her safety. We've actually called the cops about it and they couldn't find them after the fact. We did install 2 lights through the electric company to light up our front yard because we're in fear of her safety. Sure. My 78-year-old mother is on oxygen and they are constantly having fires over there. We're under a non-burn ban. They have no water, no electricity. There's no, the septic's broken. And, if this fire gets out of control, what happens then? In fact, they were burning this morning.
We have a burn ban right now.
That is correct.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. I'd appreciate if something would be done with this property. I mean, we can never sell the way it looks over there across the street. I'm also in fear of my daughter's safety. And, when they're burning, we can't be outside, with my mom and being on oxygen. And also, Lori has issues with breathing problems. That's
I
it.
literally had to take medication this morning because of the burning that they were doing with plastic and garbage.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to be heard? Is there? I can't see. Okay. Well, what's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the special master assess a fine of $350 per day along with the administrative costs begin after the date that you deem sufficient to abate this violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners since they were advised of the violation. This amount is appropriate given the severity of the violation and the respondent's actions relative to this violation. We would also ask the special master additionally to find that it is respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
I'll do 2 things in this order. I am going to adopt the county's proposed findings of fact, find that the property is in violation, The issue with compelling immediate removal is that the jurisdiction over the people normally is predicated upon land ownership here and possession. And it's very difficult to say that squatters are subject to my jurisdiction. But one of the reasons why I will issue a fine is because I have no idea if the heirs are involved or not. I do think there should be some pressure involved at this point, and that distinguishes it from the prior case. So what I'll do is I will grant 7 days from today to abate the violation. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $350 per day will be imposed. However, if it isn't fixed after those 7 days, I will also mandate that it be cleaned up, and I'll put that in the order. In other words, that I want it to have the force of law and to be I want it to be enforceable by those who are affected by third parties, and we'll see how that goes. All right,
Thank
thanks.
you, sir.
The next case on the agenda is going to be John Robert Pollock and William Michael Pollock, case number 2181908. Officer Alan Jonason, page 25 of your agenda.
Okay.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state your name?
Michael Pollock.
Thank you.
And him as well.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your name?
William Pollock.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, good afternoon.
Alan Jonason, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 2181908, excessive growth and accumulation of vegetation. A violation of Chapter 20, Article 6, Section 20-60 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. The address of the violation is 4330 East Amherst Street, Hernando, Florida. Property owners are Pollock John Robert and Pollock William Michael. I have good service via posting the notice of hearing on the property and posting at the Lecanto Government Building. I'd like to authenticate the following documents and request that they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during an initial inspection on 15 February 2023, photos from a compliance inspection on 20 March 2023, and photos of my final inspection conducted on 18 April 2023. Exhibit B, a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, a copy of the posting affidavit, and a photo of the notice of hearing posted on the property.
Okay. Sirs, I'd like to ask you to take a look at these documents and let me know if you have any objection to them being evidence.
Sure. No objection.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone from the public who wants to be heard on this case? Okay. Thank you. Without objection, what's been proposed as exhibits A and B are evidence?
On 15 February 2023, I conducted my initial inspection and observed the property to be in violation. On 15 February 2023, a notice of violation was issued for excessive growth and accumulation of vegetation, which is a violation of the ordinance listed above. On 20 March 2023, I conducted a compliance inspection and observed that the property remained in violation. I have had contact with the property owner, and as of my final inspection on 18 April 2023, the property remains in violation.
Okay. What's going on?
Well, now that you mentioned it, I think we'll take the art defense on this one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a valid, it's a recognized defense.
Yeah. Well, it's not that far from that. I guess it is about aesthetics, but I intend to show that we're not in conflict with the code, with Chapter 20 of the code, namely that it's not grossly unaesthetic, unsanitary, or unsafe, and also that it's not a place that harbors a habitat for nuisance creatures. So I have photos of our own to submit.
Photos?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. I would just show them to Mr. Jonathan first, and we'll see if the county has any objection to them being evidence in this case. Can you proffer what these are photos of?
Yes, they're all photos of the property.
Okay.
The first is just the boundaries, which I thought that there was perhaps some conflict with exactly where that laid, but perhaps not. And then it also shows the county property that's across the street.
Okay.
Where it comes into play.
I mean, but did you take all these photos?
Yes.
Okay.
These are all taken yesterday. And
All
this
taken
morning.
yesterday.
No.
Okay.
Objection?
I haven't, yep, okay, no objection. This will come in as Respondents Exhibit C. And actually, just let me take a second to look through it. Well, you anticipated one of the things I was going to bring up. But did I let you present your case?
You did.
Oh, I did? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Have you all had any contact about this?
Yes.
We have.
You have?
We have.
We spoke yesterday, in fact.
Did you
on the
show
phone,
this?
phone a couple times.
Did you explain to Mr. Johnson that you were going to present this?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, and what do you think about it?
Well, so he has some evidence in there about the property across the street. The property across the street's never been developed. It's county property. It's never been developed. It's not required to be maintained. This is a residence. It is required to be maintained. He was
I'll settle that. I mean, right
Sure.
now.
No.
The property
Understood.
across the street is not at issue.
Sure.
Yeah,
I
it's not-
understand what you're saying. It's just it's not actually relevant for whether this property is in violation.
Right.
That's all.
He pointed out various plans which he has on there, and what I explained to him is that the code is specific in that weeds, brush, and undergrowth, and the accumulation of vegetative matter is what we're talking about here. It's not so much that he's got an occasional berry bush or whatever, but there's accumulated vegetative matter as well as weeds, brush, and undergrowth on the property that needs to be cleaned out and taken away or burned or whatever.
And so, if I may,
No. So there's two issues here. The way I look at what I was going to bring up is, it appears that there's two violation issues that the county's bringing. One is the aggregation of the debris, and then,
Yes.
and then the other. I don't know if you're
They-
bringing anything for the 18-inch.
It does. So the vegetative matter, the weeds and stuff, some of it is over 18 inches. But again, because there's so much, it's hard to decipher what is a weed and what is.
No, but they've gone to some trouble here to
Absolutely.
do that.
Absolutely.
And so, for example, I mean, I've got oaks on my property, and the growth that I get from these seeds is crazy.
Sure.
You know, but they're trees.
Sure. But there is, and again, the individual plants that he was showing me, I even told him those are fine.
Yeah.
What I'm concerned with is off to the left of the property, behind the property, and on the right side of the property. And at the very front of the property, there's overgrown vines and things of that nature in front of that property.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it's in accordance with the ordinance.
What did you want to say now?
So just to be clear, the photo of the debris piles, that's stuff that we cleared and removed, not stuff that still remains.
Okay, I was
on
going to
site.
ask that.
Yeah.
So
I just to show that
it's your testimony that the debris piles are gone.
Yeah, the debris is all gone.
Okay.
I show that just to show that it's not a matter of we're not willing to do the work. In fact, he spent over 20 hours working on this.
There does look
and
like a big
cleared it.
difference between his photos and yours, I presume, because you did a
Right,
lot
the
of.
same day, though. Well, no, the older
No,
photos. The older
yeah,
photos.
it looks like you did a lot of work.
And so it took far more work, in fact, to clear it in this manner in order to preserve the species that we want to preserve, rather than just mowing it down.
Right.
And I took the photos there to show that if you just look from the front and take a photo, especially with a small lens that's on an iPad, everything sort of blends together and it appears as if it's just continuous brush. But if you look at the photos, when you go further back within and take photos, it's actually not the case. There's plenty of space. It doesn't harbor rodents or anything like that. It's individual species that can all be identified, and they're all things that we want to keep. I mean, the vast majority of them are beauty berries, and there's a variety of trees. You see all the plants identified there. So it's not grossly unaesthetic, and it doesn't harbor.
And maybe you're bringing that term up for a reason. Why do you keep bringing up grossly?
Well, because that's what it says in the
Yeah,
code.
that's what I want to make
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Like, this is a code thing.
It says, yeah.
So 20-61.
Grossly unaesthetic, unsafe, and unsanitary.
Right, let me look at this. So what I see is where's the term grossly unaesthetic?
Yeah, I don't see that either. In 2061?
It's definitely not in 2061, but it may be somewhere else. I mean, 20-60.
Yeah, it's 20-1 under purposes and goals.
All right. Yeah. Let's see. Right. Okay. And then 20-60 kind of informs that as well. So
Yeah.
let's look and see. Permanent or maintain grass, weeds, brush, and undergrowth, or an accumulation of vegetative matter. Gosh, you guys are bringing tough ones today. This isn't.
So my purpose, which I think it may be irrelevant at this point, was for showing the county property, is that if it's the case that we don't want to have the purpose of the ordinance is to not have rodents and such proliferate. You know, you have that a few hundred acres of county property in
Well,
which they can.
no, what
just
you're
fine.
talking about is selective enforcement. What you're really
Well,
talking
it's just
about,
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
well, the issue, it's irrelevant. Let me just point that out. Yeah. So I'm interested in this. I mean,
I would just say that all the species that do remain that are above 18 inches are all species that we want.
well, a magnolia,
Yep.
I can't really argue with.
They are all available for purchase for ornamental use.
I don't know about, I definitely can't argue with oaks, or palms.
Beauty berries. Yeah, beauty berries make up the vast majority of them.
Rain tree is a tougher one. Yeah, beauty berries are, to me, beauty berry and Chinese rain tree are tough. I mean, I'm familiar with them, and
Well, we really like them because they're pretty and they're edible.
yeah.
So we eat them and we also feed them. So
Let's see. Maintain, we can ignore that.
The whole property is shaded, so no grass can grow.
Well, like I said, there's a big difference between the photos you took yesterday and the vast
stuff that I got up, if I never removed that, you wouldn't have known the difference because it was all creeping grapevine that I pulled out from the roots that had run for 20 feet. But it was not, none of it was higher than 18. None of it was higher than 6 inches, so it never would have been even counted in that.
it was all below 18 inches, but it didn't look nice. Now when you actually walk to by the property, drive by the property, it looks fine. And the area in the front that's where the rain trees really are. Because the rain trees grow in that portion because there's more sun. Further back, there's not really any rain trees. It's a confined area. It's not like they're just.
rain trees.
I would agree with you. I don't think that they're that pretty, but my dad likes them.
It's not a matter to me of aesthetics. It's, I mean, although I take your point about the grossly unaesthetic language, which I do think is relevant. It's the fact that it is, so sometimes with words, they can be like icebergs. There's a part of the meaning that we think is very easy. It's above the surface to see, but a lot of times there's meaning beneath the surface. So things like that, the word weed, for example. I am sure there is a definition of it. I don't know what the definition of it is. Do you know what the definition of it is?
I am.
I mean,
I'm not, and quite honestly, I don't know all the plants.
Yeah,
I'm not a horticulturist.
There isn't an unequivocal definition of it.
There is somewhere, I mean, whether it's right or wrong or shared amongst linguistic communities, but
But all of that can be useful, and also, weeds are. There's a lot
Well,
of
weeds
medicinal
really
weeds.
get a bad rap, and they get a bad rap from this code section. So if you're not allowed to have any grass, any weeds,
We don't
and
have, but we don't.
any grass, any weeds, any brush or undergrowth in excess of 18 inches. I know what you're saying, but to me, a rain tree often is a weed. It's not always, and I actually have one myself that I've kept as a tree. But it was unconventional for me to make that decision. I think most commonly they're seen as weeds. So
Only in Florida, though.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. Yeah.
Because they grow, I don't know how yours is. Is yours in the sun?
Yes.
Because in the sun, they grow bushy.
Yeah, it's
Where these,
grown quite a
like
bit.
I said, our whole property is shaded, so they grow tall.
Right.
According to the UF website, this is, though the tree is loved and valued by many, we cannot ignore the invasive characteristics that initiated its appointment as a Category 2 invasive plant.
Which one is this?
The rain tree.
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with rain trees. That's why I'm saying I don't agree that it's...
It's been categorized as a Category 2 invasive plant by the Florida Invasive Species Council.
But that's not forbidden under this code
I
section.
know. Just giving you some additional knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, Poor Mr. Jonasson. You get this. I mean, here's
Well, the fact that it's an invasive species would serve as the basis for prohibiting it to be growing greater than the 18 inches. And then creeping over to other people's property or dropping seeds so that other people's properties then have these invasive species. It's my argument.
That's some good lawyering. That's
I
some
tell
good
you,
lawyering.
This stuff is the bane of my existence.
There aren't contiguous properties with ours.
Well,
that are
here's
owned
what
by
I'm going to
someone
do,
else.
guys. I really, this is a new issue for me. I've been waiting for this to be presented. To be honest, I have identified this mentally to myself as an
Rancher in
issue in the
particular,
past,
did you have-
but no one's ever raised it, and I was going to do it before I even saw your stuff. I see the merit of both sides, but I want to be able to figure it out for myself, and I'm not going to waste everyone's time doing it here. So what I'm going to do is continue the hearing, for better or for worse, to next month, and I'm going to look at it myself or ask for a briefing on it. I may issue a briefing order. I don't know. I'm just going to continue it the next month.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you issue a briefing order, do you want to continue it a month or 2 months?
I mean, there is no, Mr. Jonathan, you're not presenting an immediate health, safety, welfare issue here.
I am not.
What I would think would be wise would be to go out, check the debris piles. I mean, just verify that they're gone. I mean, I'm not in charge, but I think your point is well taken, Ms. Antrim. I'll continue it 2 months, and I do expect to issue a briefing order. Meaning, what I would do is ask each side to give me an answer to a question, what you think the answer to the question is. You know, why is this not a weed, or why is it? And the county may give me a brief, and you'll be able to deliver me a brief as well.
So what does that mean for us? We come back in 2 months?
But you'll be back in 2 months.
And
So
you'll
this
issue
is
the order in the meantime.
Yes.
Yes.
On what we need to.
I'm going to issue an order explaining what I'd like you to be prepared for in 2 months, and what I need you to tell me ahead of time, what I'm interested in knowing,
So, this is
so that I
something-
can make a ruling.
This is something we'll receive in the mail.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And is this particular to the rain tree? Are there other species on there that are?
I don't know yet. I want to look at it and figure that out, because I think there's a lot that is meritorious here on each side, so I want to be able to think it through.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thanks.
Next case on the agenda is Carol Ann Hebert, case number 218-1710. Officer Alan Jonasson, page 19 of the agenda.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Your name, please?
My name is Roxana Reinhold.
Thank you.
Okay. Ma'am, do you reside on the property?
I stay there some nights because I work all the time, but I'm gonna be once I get it finished.
Okay. I just wanted to
trying-
understand your relationship
Yeah.
to the property.
Dewey.
Got it. Alan Jonasson, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 218-1710, accumulation of junk and debris. A violation of Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. The address of the violation is 5139 North Dewey Way, Hernando, Florida. Property owner is Abert Carol Ann. I have good service via posting the notice of hearing on the property and posting at the Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request that they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during an initial inspection on 15 February 2023. Photos from a compliance inspection on 20 March 2023, and photos from my final inspection conducted on 18 April 2023. Exhibit B, a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, a copy of the posting affidavit, and a photo of the notice of hearing posted on the property.
Yeah, ma'am, I would ask if you could take a look at these documents and let me know if you have any objection to them being evidence.
No, I don't have any objection.
Okay.
No.
Is there anyone from the public who wants to be heard on this case? Let the record reflect there is no response.
Yeah, the back.
Yeah, seems well documented.
I'm gonna have to start doing that more often.
Well, you seem to be getting a lot of tough cases.
You and Amy.
Yeah.
Today is not your day.
Someone's making it that way.
It used to be that Mr. Charlton got all the
He did.
hardballs.
He did.
All right, without objection, what's been proposed as Exhibit A and B are evidence.
On 15 February 2023, I conducted my initial inspection and observed the property to be in violation. On 15 February 2023, a notice of violation was issued for junkyard conditions, which is a violation of the ordinance listed above. On 20 March 2023, I conducted a compliance inspection and observed that the property remained in violation. I have not had contact with the property owner, and as of my final inspection on 18 April 2023, the property remains in violation.
So I'm looking through the photos, and it does seem, to fit, that there's a junk and debris issue on the
yes.
property.
There definitely is.
So what's going on?
My uncle, it started out as, like my step grandma owns it, that's Carol.
Okay.
She had a stroke and started staying with my uncle, and it was kind of left setting for a while. Well, when she passed away, he moved back on the property with the RV that he was staying in, and then he had a stroke and ended up going in. That's how I ended up there, is that. But this was over a period of 4 years or so that it sat. Basically, the trailer was empty, but people have been squatting in it. People have been, I didn't even know the property that has the wood in front of it that was even part of what I was supposed to even try to clean. The neighbors across the street, I've caught them checking my mail. I keep catching them dumping more stuff over there. And the vehicle, I don't know if you've seen the big dump truck vehicle that is on the property behind me.
It's like an electric.
Yeah, that's not mine, that's theirs, and they won't move it. And I don't know what I can do. That's why I wanted to make sure I came today to see what I can do, because I don't even know what I am supposed, they took all the notice. The first notice I got was this, and it was because it was staked in my ground. I haven't gotten any kind of, by the time I get there from work, they've already went through my mail, and I just really am.
Well, that's a crime.
I'm trying.
I
I got pictures on my phone from this morning. I have been putting in, every inch of the ground in the backyard when I started had grass probably this tall that was dead, laying over everything. I had to literally cut garbage out of the ground, out of the flower beds. All the concrete was covered over with grass and dirt.
Right.
Everything was just, and I only get so much time. I have 5 kids at my mom's, so on my days off, I have to at least spend some time with them. So it's been inch by inch, but I'm really trying.
Well, what are children for?
They don't live there. My children don't live there.
Yeah, but it's just a joke. It's just a good old-fashioned joke about child labor.
That's how my grandma was. Yeah, my grandma was that way.
Well, I hear what you're saying. Look, a lot of the things you've described from the neighbors are essentially crimes. It's not technically your property. It's your step-grandmother's,
Yes.
So...
Well, she's passed away.
Oh, she has stuff.
Yes.
She did pass away.
And her son, who is my stepdad, is in prison for another 15 years.
Okay.
And Johnny is the brother of him, and now he's paralyzed and he's in a home and he's not coming back.
Right.
So it's gonna be mine. I'm just in the process.
How do you know it's gonna be yours?
Because the son that it's willed to him is in prison. He's the one that told me I could clean it up.
Has he willed it to you?
He's going to. I don't know this whole process, and
Gotcha.
With him being in prison, it's hard to get. He tried to send me a document over JPay, and they censored it as a form of contract or agreement or something like that. They wouldn't even let me see it.
Might have been a deed or something. You never know.
Yeah.
Okay. How much time do you need to clean up the property?
I've gotten a dump trailer twice, and so that's gotten basically the front and the back property. It's going to take me at least, because I have to save up money then for a dump trailer to come.
Yep.
And so I don't know, 3 months. I've been there 2 months working on it.
Okay.
And
I think that's actually a good estimate based on what I'm looking at. What's the county's recommendation?
Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the Special Master assess a fine of $100 per day along with the administrative cost to begin after the date you deem sufficient to abate the violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. We would also ask the special master additionally find that it is the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
All right, so what I'll do is I'll find that the property is in violation, and I'll grant 90 days from today to abate the violation.
Okay.
And if the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a fine of $100 per day will be assessed.
All right.
Okay.
And what can I do? Who can I contact about like the vehicle and stuff? Because they tell me that my uncle told them that they could put it there, but it's not even his property either. It's really not, and I don't know how I can
That's
go.
kind of a complicated legal question, so unfortunately I have to ask you to consult a lawyer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's.
I can't just call like law enforcement.
I mean, you could. I see
and
what they
tell
say.
them that I have to get this removed off my property. or
That's
else-
just a question for law enforcement.
Okay.
I'm not that. So
Thank you.
good luck.
All right. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Sorry, I haven't been in contact. I really appreciate that. All right.
Next case on the agenda is Gabri Pineda, 2181535. Code Officer Alan Jonason, page 24 of the agenda. Expert on the case is Joanna Katu.
Whoa. Joanna Katu's still here.
I know.
She said, do you want to go in front of people? I was like, no.
That was nice of you. What a public servant, you know? There you go.
Sorry.
Alan Jonason, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 2181535, special requirements for all accessory structures, a violation of Citrus County Land Development Code 3102A. The address of the violation is 4651 North Pioneer Terrace, Hernando, Florida. Property owner is Pineda Gabri. I have good service via signed certified mail receipt and posting at the Lecanto Government Building. I'd like to authenticate the following documents and
Hold
request.
on. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. Is it the smell you're talking about?
No, I thought I heard
Shuffling.
shuffling, yeah, something with the.
Oh, that was me. I touched my phone.
Don't do that.
Okay, all right. Sorry. I just saw some disturbance.
Now
Okay, go ahead.
I forgot where I was.
Did it sound
Okay.
like this?
I
Okay.
I have good service via signed certified mail receipt and posting at the Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request that they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during an initial inspection on 13 February 2023, photos taken during a compliance inspection on 15 March 2023, and photos from my final inspection conducted on 18 April 2023. Exhibit B, a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, and a copy of the signed certified mail receipt.
Is there anyone from the public who wants to be heard on this case? The record reflect there is no response. I know. I'm very hungry.
They're cooking food in there.
Yeah. Without objection, what's been proposed as exhibits A and B are evidence.
On 13 February 2023, I conducted my initial inspection and observed the property to be in violation. On 13 February 2023, a notice of violation was issued for special requirements for accessory structures, which is a violation of the ordinance listed above. On 15 March 2023, a compliance inspection was conducted with no change to the property. I have had contact with the property owner, but as of my final inspection on 18 April 2023, the property remains in violation.
What'd the owner say?
Just that he was going to work on getting rid of them.
Okay.
That was it.
Is there any other testimony? from
Land
the county?
Director Joanna Katu.
He was here last month for the adjacent lot. You probably remember he had an interpreter with him.
I do remember.
Yeah, and your Spanish was impressive. This is residential. He did come talk to me again on March 31st. We talked at the counter, the two of them and myself, and I thought they were going to remove this. I was surprised they're not here. They told me they were going to take them down. We talked about resolving the other case as well. So these are residential lots. Can't have these here. It's my understanding on the 31st they were going to be gone.
Okay. What's the county's recommendation?
Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the Special Master assess a fine of $50 per day along with the administrative cost to begin after the date you deem sufficient to abate the violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. We would also ask the Special Master additionally find that it is the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
I'll find that the property is in violation, grant 30 days to comply and abate the violation. And if it's not brought into compliance as ordered, a fine of $50 per day will be assessed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case on the agenda, Janet M. Asher, case number 2179323, Code Officer Amy Becker, page 7 of the agenda.
Amy Becker, Code Compliance Division. This is case number 2179323, accumulation of junk and debris, a violation of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A. The address is 900 West Coons Lane, Lecanto, Florida. The property owner is Janet M. Asher. I have good service via signed certified mail return receipt. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request that they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during my initial inspection on January 4th, 2023. Photos taken on February 21st, 2023. And photos taken on my final inspection, April 18th, 2023. Exhibit B, a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, and a copy of the signed certified mail return receipt, signed for on March 14th, 2023, and aerial C, an aerial photo of the property.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public who wants to be heard on this case? Let the record reflect there is no response.
And scratch Exhibit C.
Okay.
You won't need it.
Okay.
How many houses are on this piece of property?
I'm gonna tell you in a minute.
Okay.
Accessory structure.
I'm gonna say, it looks like I'm looking at a whole block.
It's a big piece of property.
Okay. Interesting.
Two mobile homes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
So the property is like 2.5 acres. So there's one single family, and then there's 2 mobile homes. There was 3 campers, and there's 2 sheds.
Wow. And that's all on one parcel?
Yes. And the woman, Janet M. Asher, was here. She had to leave.
Oh, she was here today.
She was here today, and she was ill. So she called me out into the hall.
Oh, okay.
So she said she had to leave.
And what'd she want to talk about?
She said that she wanted more time.
Okay. I mean, has there been improvement in your
Yes.
opinion? There has.
Yes, there's been tremendous
Oh,
improvement.
I'm still through. I'm still only in February, so I'm not. Okay, I do see it. Yeah.
So on January 4th, 2023, I conducted my initial inspection for accumulation of junk and debris. And as of my final inspection on April 18th, progress has been made. So they got
That's
rid
a
of...
lot better. You're right. Yeah. Okay.
Amazing. So she got rid of the 3 campers. They're gone.
I mean, it's still rough, but
Yes,
it was
yes.
so bad before. Did she tell you how much time she needed?
She said 30 days.
Okay.
Whether
What's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the Special Master assess a fine of $50 per day, along with administrative costs to begin after the date you deem sufficient to abate this violation. This amount is appropriate given the severity of the violation and the respondent's actions relative to this violation. We would also ask that the Special Master additionally find that it's the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
I adopt the county's proposed findings of fact. I find the property in violation. I'll grant 90 days from today to abate the violation, and if it's not brought into compliance as ordered, a fine of $50 per day will be assessed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next case on the agenda, Patricia Ann Newberry, case number 2182831, Code Officer Brandon Norman, page 23 of your agenda.
Good afternoon, Brandon Norman, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 2182831, accumulation of junk and debris, a violation of Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. This is a repeat violation initially observed on March 3rd, 2023. The address is 8260 East Gobbler Court, Floral City, Florida 34436. Property owner listed as Patricia Ann Newberry. I have good service via certified mail return receipt in addition to posting at the property in the Lecanto government building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during initial inspection on March 3rd, 2023. Photos taken prior to posting the property on March 20th, 2023. And photos taken at my pre-hearing inspection on April 18th, 2023. Exhibit B will be a copy of the notice of hearing for repeat violation and a copy of the certified mail return receipt and photos of the posted NOHRV at the property. Exhibit C will be findings of facts and order acknowledging compliance from previous case number 2164018.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public who wants to be heard on this case? Let the record reflect there is no response. Thank you. All right. Without objection, what's been proposed as exhibits A, B, and C are admitted.
On March 3rd, 2023, an initial inspection was conducted at the property for junk and debris. The property was found to be in violation of the above ordinance. The property remained in violation when I posted the property on March 20th, 2023, as well as my pre-hearing inspection conducted yesterday, April 18th, 2023. I've had no contact with the property owner. I have had contact with people who claim to be the residents of the property, and I've attempted to work with them in order to abate this violation, but as of today, it still remains. It has seen some improvement, but it's still a ways to go.
What's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the special master assess a fine of $150 per day along with administrative costs to begin on the date that you...
On a repeat?
To begin on the date... Yes, sir. That I posted the property, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Along with the administrative cost to begin on the date that I posted the property, which was on March 20th, 2023, and continue until the violation abates. This would be a total... I have my script wrong, so I apologize.
Continue until yesterday.
Until yesterday, which would have been April 18th, 2023.
The 19th. No? Is today the 19th or the 20th?
Today is the 19th.
Okay, got it. Oh, okay. All right.
Did I say the 20th?
No, you got it right. I was wrong. So from March 20th until yesterday, $150.
Yes, sir. And then $200 a day, continuing from today forward until the violation abates.
Okay.
We would also ask the special master additionally find that it's respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection. I apologize for my typo.
The property is in violation, and I will assess a fine from March 20th to March 18th of $150 per day and $200 from today's date going forward for every day that the property remains in violation of the code section. Otherwise, I incorporate standard order provisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case on the agenda, Dolores Janelle Allen and Lisa Ann Perry, case number 2172633. Code Officer Alan Jonason, page 6 of the agenda.
Alan Jonason, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 2172633, accumulation of junk and debris, a violation of Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. The address of the violation is 6058 West Cardinal Street, Homosassa, Florida. Property owner is Alan Dolores Janelle and Perry Lisa Ann. I have good service via posting the notice of hearing on the property and posting at the Lecanto Government Building. I'd like to authenticate the following documents and request that they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during my initial inspection on 30 January 2023, photos from a compliance inspection on 28 February 2023, and photos from my final inspection conducted on 18 April 2023. Exhibit B, a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, a copy of the posting affidavit, and a photo of the notice of hearing posted on the property.
Is there anyone from the public who wants to be heard on this case? Nope.
I mean, the mama having a place to sit. Enjoy her floor on the fire.
Yes. You need 2 couches outside.
Three couches.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll go borrow one.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll just go take one. On 30 January 2023, I conducted an initial inspection and observed the property to be in violation. On 30 January 2023, a notice of violation was issued for junkyard conditions, which is a violation of the ordinance listed above. On 28 February 2023, I conducted a compliance inspection and observed that the property remained in violation. I have not had contact with the property owner, and as of my final inspection on 18 April 2023, the property remains in violation.
What's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the Special Master assess a fine of $150 per day along with the administrative cost to begin after the date you deem sufficient to abate the violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. We would also ask the Special Master additionally find that it is the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for
Did you say $50?
I said $150.
150. Okay. All right. I adopt the county's proposed facts. The property is in violation. The owner is granted 60 days from today to abate the violation. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $150 per day will be assessed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next case on the agenda, Juan L. Defoe and Onelia M. Defoe, case number 217-6044, Code Officer Cody McGuire, page 13 of the agenda.
Cody McGuire, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer, case number 217-6044, excessive growth and accumulation of vegetation, a violation of Chapter 20, Article 6, Chapter 20-61 of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. Address is 9166 North Eubanks Terrace, Denellen, Florida. Property owner Onelia M. Defoe. Good service, posting of the property and posting at the Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during my initial inspection on November 7th, 2022, corrective action inspection on March 9th, 2023, and photos of my final inspection conducted on April 18th, 2023. Exhibit B, a copy of the notice of violation, copy of the notice of hearing, and a copy of the posted affidavit and a photo of the notice of hearing posted on the property.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard on this case? Record reflect there is no response.
Grass a little tall. Oh, somebody like, looks like they moved a little bit. They got parts. They got parts out there. And they stopped.
Yeah.
The mower broke.
I'm sure.
They have.
Without objection, what's been proposed as exhibits A and B are evidence. That's impressive.
On November 7th, 2022, I conducted my initial inspection and observed the property being in violation. On November 7th, 2022, a notice of violation was issued for excessive growth and accumulation of vegetation, which is a violation of the ordinance listed above. On March 9th, 2023, I conducted a corrective action inspection and observed the property remained in violation. I've had no contact with the property owner. As of my final inspection on April 18th, 2023, the property remains in violation.
I mean, it looks well mowed. You're saying that the part of the back corner of the yard is in violation?
Correct, the right side of the property facing the front door.
I mean, what is that stuff? You don't know?
I have no idea.
Basic weed.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean,
some vegetative matter. Yes.
It's definitely over 18 inches.
They got so close, and it,
Why wouldn't they mow that if it was?
I think Beth is right when she said the mower broke.
Yeah, it is the same stuff, isn't it? Okay, all right. What's the county's recommendation?
The Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the special master assesses a fine of $50 per day along with administrative costs to begin after the date you deem sufficient to abate this violation. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. We would also ask the special master additionally fine that it is the respondent's responsibility to contact the Code Compliance Division when the violation is abated in order to allow for reinspection.
I adopt the county's proposed findings of fact. I grant 30 days from today to abate the violation. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $50 per day will be imposed.
Last case on the
Fast
agenda.
one, fast one.
Yeah. We have Kimberly Graham Walicki and Alexander Walicki. Case number 218-1348. Code Officer Brandon Norman, page 17 of the agenda.
Brandon Norman, Citrus County Code Compliance Officer. This is case number 218-1348, accumulation of junk and debris, a violation of Chapter 20, Article 3, Section 20-31A of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. Address is 12645 East Trails End Road, Floral City, Florida 34436. Property owner listed as Graham Walicki Kimberly and Walicki Alexander. Good service via posting at the property in the Lecanto Government Building. I would like to authenticate the following documents and request they be admitted into evidence. Exhibit A, photos taken during the initial inspection on February 8th, 2023, and corrective action inspection on February 24th, 2023, and photos of my final inspection on April 18th, 2023. Exhibit B will be a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the notice of hearing, a copy of the posting affidavit I completed, as well as the photos of the notice of hearing posted at the property.
Is there anyone from the public who wishes to be heard on this case? No, there is not. Thank you. Without objection, what's been proposed as exhibits A and B are evidence.
On February 8th, 2023, an initial inspection was conducted of the property for junk and debris. The property was found to be in violation of the above ordinance. The property remained in violation at my corrective action inspection on February 24th, 2023, as well as my pre-hearing inspection conducted yesterday, April 18th, 2023. I have had no contact with the property owner as of today.
What's the county's recommendation?
Citrus County Code Compliance Division respectfully requests that the special master assess a fine of $50 per day along with administrative costs to begin after the date that you deem sufficient to abate these violations. This amount was selected based on the actions of the property owners once they were advised of the violation. This amount is appropriate given the severity of the violation and the respondent's actions relative to this violation. We would also ask the special master additionally to find that it's respondent's responsibility to contact the code compliance division when the violation has been abated in order to allow for reinspection.
The property is in violation. The owner is granted 30 days from today to abate the violation. If the violation is not brought into compliance as ordered, a penalty of $50 per day will be imposed. And I otherwise incorporate other standard order provisions.
Thank you.
Is there anything else? Okay.
Sir.
The time is about 1:24. This hearing is adjourned.